Tonight, we're exploring 30 weird unsolved Pokemon mysteries. There is plenty to unpack tonight, but I'll keep the narration slow and steady so you can still ease into sleep. Thank you to those of you who've been joining us consistently. If you're falling asleep with us tonight, let me know in the comments how many nights in a row you've been here. And if this is your first night, just comment Night 1. Now back to the video. In the original Pokemon games, near the harbour where the SS Anne waits in Vermilion City, there is an ordinary-looking truck. It sits just out of the way, close enough to be noticed, and inaccessible enough to invite imagination. For years, players were told that if they moved the truck with strength, or returned to it at the right moment, a hidden Mew would appear beneath it. The rumour had everything a secret needed. Mew was believed to be almost impossible to obtain. The truck was visibly present but seemingly pointless, and the games contained enough hidden items and strange glitches to make the story feel believable. Yet the truck was never part of a genuine Mew quest. It was a small piece of scenery that became larger in the minds of children, passed from one playground to another until it turned into one of Pokemon's most enduring legends. That distinction matters. Some mysteries were never real inside the games, but became real in the culture surrounding them. Others were genuine features, simply so rare or so poorly explained that they sounded like rumors. Lavender Town sits in the middle of that uneasy space. Its music, with its high, wavering tones and lonely melody, became the foundation for the story known as Lavender Town Syndrome. According to the legend, children who listened to the Japanese version of the music suffered headaches, illness, or something far worse. There is no reliable evidence that this happened, but the story spread through early internet forums with the confidence of a discovered secret. The music itself did not need a supernatural explanation to feel unsettling. Lavender Town contains a Pokémon cemetery, grieving characters, and a ghost that cannot be identified until the player obtains the Sylph Scope. The game leaves much of the town's history unstated, allowing the atmosphere to do the work. Later creepypastas added figures such as Buried Alive and the White Hand, supposedly hidden encounters waiting inside haunted versions of the games. These stories were unsupported, but they reflected a real feeling among players that Pokémon could conceal something darker beneath its cheerful surface. Then there is Mirage Island, which is strange for the opposite reason. It is not a fabricated rumor. It is an actual location in Pokémon Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald, but it appears only when an obscure daily condition is met. The game compares hidden values connected to the Pokémon in the player's party, and when the right combination occurs, the island can be seen on Route 130, a place that depends on invisible numbers, a changing clock, and a party that may be different each day feels almost like a myth, even when it is completely legitimate. The anime created mysteries of its own. The GS Ball was introduced as a mysterious object with an important future, and fans naturally expected it to lead to Celebi. Instead, the storyline was largely abandoned, leaving behind one of the franchise's most famous unresolved threads. Unlike the truck rumor, this was not a secret invented by schoolchildren. It was a real narrative setup that never received the conclusion many viewers were promised. And beneath all of these stories lies another source of uncertainty, the material that was never meant to be seen. Beta Pokémon, unused baby forms, prototype sprites, unfinished maps, and leaked development builds reveal that the games once contained many ideas that disappeared before release. Some resemble missing species. Some look like alternate evolutions. Some are only rough sketches with no confirmed purpose at all. A discarded design is not necessarily hidden canon, and an unexplained room is not automatically evidence of a secret quest. But when fragments survive without explanation, fans begin connecting them. A strange sprite becomes a lost Pokémon, a quiet building becomes the site of an erased event. A background object becomes the center of a legend. That is where these mysteries continue to live, somewhere between game code, unfinished history, and the stories players tell each other in the dark. The rumor began with a single, seemingly innocent question. What happens if you use strength on the truck? In the original Pokémon games, near the harbor in Vermilion City, there sits a truck. It is not part of any puzzle. It does not block a required path. It has no interaction prompt, no hidden item, and no purpose that the game ever explains. It simply exists, parked in a corner of the map that most players would only see once, if they ever saw it at all. And that is exactly why it became the foundation for one of the most enduring legends in the franchise. The truck's suspiciously isolated position made an impossible secret feel just barely plausible. Think about the geography of Vermilion City for a moment. The SS Anne, that grand cruise ship, dominates the harbor. It is the center of attention, the destination that every player is funneled toward. But off to the side, tucked away near the water, there is this single truck. It is not part of any building. It is not parked near a warehouse or a loading dock that you can enter. It is just there, sitting alone, as if the developers placed it for a reason that never made it into the final game. And that is the kind of detail that young players notice. They notice it because it does not fit. They notice it because it feels like a clue. And once they notice it, they start asking questions. The questions spread quickly in the schoolyards and playgrounds of the late 1990s. What is under the truck? Why is it there? Can you move it? The answers came from older kids, from cousins, from friends who claimed to have done it themselves. They said you needed to use strength, the hidden machine move that lets you push boulders. They said you needed to come back after the SS. Anne has sailed away, because the truck only becomes interactive once the ship is gone. They said you needed to use surf to reach it from the water, or cut to clear a path, or some combination of all three. Players invented elaborate requirements involving strength, surf, cut, and saving the ship before departure. The conditions varied depending on who you asked, but the core promise was always the same. If you did everything exactly right, a hidden Mew would be waiting underneath that truck. The legend was so persistent because it was built on a real foundation. Mew was real. It existed in the game's code, even though it was not obtainable through normal gameplay. Players knew this because of a glitch that allowed them to encounter it, or because they had seen it in Nintendo Power, or because they had heard about the special promotional events in Japan that distributed it. Mew was the rarest Pokémon in existence, the ancestor of all Pokémon according to the lore, and it was tantalizingly close to being obtainable. The truck was also real. It was visible, tangible, and inexplicable. When you combine a real, unobtainable Pokémon with a real, unexplained object, the rumor writes itself. The only missing piece was the connection between the two, and that is exactly what the playground imagination provided. The twist, of course, is that the truck was real, but the Mew quest was never there. The truck was not part of a hidden event. It was not a puzzle waiting to be solved. It was a piece of scenery, a decorative object placed in the environment to make the harbor feel more lived in. The developers likely never intended for anyone to give it a second thought, but that is the nature of secrets in video games. When a game is filled with hidden items, hidden rooms, and hidden Pokémon, players begin to assume that everything has a purpose. The truck became a victim of that assumption. It was a background detail that got promoted to a mystery, and then promoted again to a legend, and then promoted one more time to a cultural touchstone that would be discussed for decades. What makes the Mew Under the Truck rumor so fascinating is not the rumor itself. It is what the rumor reveals about the way players interact with games. The truck was not the first unexplained object in a video game, and it was certainly not the last, but it became the archetype, the template for every future rumor that would claim a hidden secret was waiting just out of reach. It taught a generation of players to look at every corner of the map, to question every odd detail, and to believe that the game might be hiding something more than what was on the surface. That mindset did not disappear when the truck was debunked. It simply moved on to the next mystery. And there were plenty of mysteries waiting. The same games that contained the truck also contained a town that felt different from every other location in the region. The music there was higher, thinner, more unsettling. The buildings were dedicated to the dead. And the atmosphere suggested that something was not quite right, even if the game never explained what that something was. The truck was a rumor that players built from an object. The town was a rumor that players built from a feeling, and that feeling would grow into something far darker than a hidden Pokémon. The truck by the SS Anne was never meant to be found. That is the first thing to understand about it. It sits in a sliver of dock space that most players would never even think to examine, tucked behind the massive ship that dominates the harbor in Vermilion City. You have to go out of your way to see it. You have to walk past the ship, past the sailors, past the exit to Route 11, and then push against the edge of the screen until the camera shifts and reveals a single, ordinary pickup truck parked on the pier. And for years, that was enough. The Mew rumor gave the truck its fame, but the truck itself became something stranger than the rumor. Once the idea of a hidden Mew under the SS Anne spread through schoolyards and early internet forums, the truck stopped being just a piece of scenery. It became a question. Why is it there? Why is it the only vehicle of its kind in the entire region? Why is it parked so deliberately, so conspicuously, in a spot that serves no obvious purpose? The answer, as far as anyone can tell, is that it was never supposed to be a secret at all. In the original Japanese versions of Pokémon Red and Green, the truck is just a decoration. It is a background element, placed there to make the harbor feel like a working port. The developers at Game Freak were working with the limited hardware of the Game Boy, and they had to fill their maps with objects that suggested a living world without actually building one. A truck on a dock is a shorthand for industry, for travel, for the idea that this is a place where goods and people move. It is the same reason there are crates stacked near the ship, the same reason there are sailors wandering the pier. The truck is not a puzzle. It is set dressing. But set dressing becomes something else when players cannot see the code. Early players had no data mining tools. They had no way to open the game files, no way to inspect the map data, no way to know that the truck was just a static object with no interaction flags attached to it. All they had was the game itself, and the game presented them with a mystery. There is a truck. There is no way to move it. There is no way to interact with it, and yet it sits there, in a game that is otherwise so deliberate about its design that every tree, every rock, every patch of tall grass seems to exist for a reason. That is the gap where legends are born. The Mew rumor gave the truck a purpose. It said that if you could somehow get the truck to move, or if you could use the right Pokémon with the right move at the right moment, you would find Mew hiding underneath it. The rumor spread because it was plausible. Not because it was true, but because the truck was real. You could see it. You could stand next to it. You could try to use strength on it, or cut, or any number of moves that seemed like they should work. And when they did not work, the rumor adapted. It grew more complex. It required specific conditions, specific Pokémon, specific timing. The truck became a test of faith, and then the truck became something else entirely. Once the Mew rumor was thoroughly debunked, once players had access to the internal data and confirmed that there was nothing under the truck, the mystery did not disappear. It just changed shape. The truck stopped being a gateway to a hidden Pokémon and became a question about the game itself. Why is it there? What was it for? Was it a leftover from an earlier version of the map? Was it a developer joke? Was it a placeholder for something that never got finished? The most likely answer is that it is simply unused content. Game Freak built the harbor for the SS Anne sequence, and they populated it with objects that made the scene feel alive. The truck was probably added early in development, when the map was still being shaped, and it was never removed because there was no reason to remove it. It does not block the player. It does not cause any glitches. It is just there, a silent witness to a moment in the game that most players rush through without a second thought. But the fact that it is likely unused content does not make it uninteresting. If anything, it makes it more interesting. The truck is a window into the development process, a small artifact of the messy, iterative work that goes into building a world. It is a reminder that games are not perfect, crystalline objects. They are assembled by humans, and humans leave traces of their work behind. Sometimes those traces are invisible. Sometimes they are just a truck parked on a dock, and that is what the truck reveals about how Pokémon legends were built. They were built from one unexplained object and thousands of confident retellings. The truck did not need to contain a secret. It just needed to look like it could. It needed to be visible and unreachable and unexplained. That was enough. Players filled in the rest with their own imagination, their own hopes, their own desire to believe that the game was deeper than it appeared. That desire is not foolish. It is the same desire that drives all exploration, all discovery, all the best parts of play. The truck tapped into something real, even though the secret it promised was not. It made players look closer at the world, question what they saw, and imagine what might be hidden just out of reach. And in doing so, it created a mystery that outlived the rumor that made it famous. The truck by the SS. Anne is not a secret. It is not a puzzle. It is not a doorway to anything. But it is a monument to the way players interact with games, the way they project meaning onto the unexplained, the way they build stories from the smallest details. It is a reminder that the most enduring mysteries are not the ones with answers. They are the ones that keep asking questions, and that is why the truck matters. Not because it hides anything, but because it made players wonder what it could hide. It made them wonder about the world beyond the screen, about the developers who built it, about the choices that shaped it. It made them wonder, and wondering is the beginning of every legend. The truck sits there still, in every copy of Pokémon Red and Blue, in every playthrough, in every speedrun. It is a constant, a fixed point in a game that has been explored and re-explored for over 2 decades. And every time a new player sees it, every time they walk up to it and press the A button, they are participating in a ritual that has been repeated millions of times before. They are asking the same question that players asked in 1996. What is this? And why is it here? There is no answer. There never was. But the question itself is the legacy. The truck is a mystery not because it contains a secret, but because it looks like it should. It looks like the kind of thing that would hide a secret. It looks like the kind of thing that would reward the curious. It looks like the kind of thing that would make a rumor feel real. And that is exactly what it did. The truck became the proof that the Mew rumor needed. It was the physical evidence, the tangible object that made the impossible seem possible. Without the truck, the rumor would have been just another playground story, easy to dismiss and quick to fade. But with the truck, the rumor had a location. It had a place you could go, a thing you could touch, a mystery you could stand next to and feel the weight of. The truck made the rumor real, and then it became real in its own right. It became a mystery separate from the Mew rumor that made it famous. It became a story about the game itself, about the process of making games, about the gap between what players see and what developers intended. It became a symbol of everything that is strange and wonderful about the early days of Pokémon, when the games were new and the internet was young, and every unexplored corner of the map felt like it might hide something incredible. The truck is not incredible, it is just a truck. But it is a truck that taught a generation of players to look closer, to question more, to wonder about the worlds they were exploring. And that is a kind of magic that no amount of data mining can explain. So the truck sits on its dock, in its harbor, in its game. It waits for players who will never find what they are looking for. It waits for rumors that will never come true. It waits, and it watches, and it reminds us that the best mysteries are the ones we create ourselves. The truck, of course, was empty. There was no Mew beneath it, no hidden trigger, no secret battle waiting for anyone who figured out the right combination of buttons and patience. What the truck did leave behind was something more valuable than a rare Pokémon. It left the understanding that this game was full of things that weren't supposed to be there. And if you looked hard enough, you might find them. The search for Mew didn't end at the SS Anne. It just moved underground, into the code itself. Players who refused to accept that Mew was simply unavailable started experimenting with the game's mechanics in ways the developers never intended. They talked to NPCs at strange times, used moves in odd orders, and pushed the game to its breaking point. And eventually, they found something. It started with an old man in Viridian City. If you talked to him, he would demonstrate how to catch a Pokémon, and the game would temporarily take control of your character. But if you flew away, at exactly the right moment, something strange happened. The game's internal state became corrupted, just slightly, just enough to change what would appear in the tall grass. Players who performed this trick and then made their way to Cinnabar Island, surfing along the eastern coastline, found that the water there behaved like a completely different area. The encounters were wrong. The data was wrong, and then out of that wrongness, something appeared. The mechanics behind this were never explained in any official capacity, but players eventually pieced together what was happening. The old man's demonstration loaded his name into a section of memory that the game later used to determine wild Pokémon encounters. When you flew away mid-demonstration, that data was never cleared. The game was left with a buffer full of numbers that didn't correspond to any real so. The MissingNo encounter was proof that the game's code could be bent in ways the developers never intended. But there was another glitch, one that didn't corrupt your items or scramble your Hall of Fame. This one gave you something you were never supposed to have, and unlike the truck rumor, this one was real. The Mew glitch is a genuine method for encountering the mythical Pokémon. It is not a myth, not a playground misunderstanding, not a story someone told to seem cool. You can load up Pokémon Red or Blue, follow a specific set of steps, and find yourself in battle with the rarest creature in the game. No cheat device required, no Nintendo event, no special cartridge. Just the game itself, doing something it was never designed to do. The exploit depends on manipulating trainer battles, the pause menu, and the game's encounter calculations. It sounds complicated, and in a way it is, but the underlying principle is surprisingly elegant. In the first generation of Pokémon games, the game determines which wild Pokémon you encounter using a formula that takes several variables into account. One of those variables is the special stat of the Pokémon leading your party. The game uses that number to look up a species from its encounter table. Normally, this is harmless. The special stat is just one small ingredient in the recipe. But if you can control that stat precisely, and if you can trick the game into running its encounter logic at the wrong moment, you can force it to look up a Pokémon that was never meant to appear in the wild. The most famous method involves a trainer on Route 8, just west of Lavender town. There's a gambler standing near the edge of the route, and his line of sight extends far across the screen. If you walk into that line of sight, the game registers that a trainer battle is about to begin. But if you open the pause menu before the battle actually starts, something strange happens. The game freezes the trainer's challenge in a kind of limbo. When you close the menu, the game doesn't know whether to start the trainer battle or continue with normal overworld logic. And in that confusion, it runs the wild encounter algorithm instead. If your lead Pokémon has a special stat of 21, the game looks up that value in its encounter table and finds Mew. The result is a completely ordinary wild encounter, except that the Pokémon standing before you is the one that supposedly didn't exist in the game at all. No glitched sprites, no corrupted names, no distorted cries. Just Mew, at level 7, waiting to be caught. You can throw a Pokéball and add it to your team, and from that moment on, you are one of the few players in the world who owns a legitimate Mew. The discovery of this glitch changed how players understood the game. It was found in the late 1990s, likely in Japan, where dedicated players were already tearing the games apart looking for secrets. When the method spread to the English-speaking world, it traveled through the same channels that had carried the truck rumor: schoolyards, fan sites, and eventually message boards. But this time, the rumor was true, and that created a strange problem. The Mew glitch was so technical, so dependent on precise numbers and careful timing, that many players simply couldn't make it work. They would try, fail, and conclude that the whole thing was another hoax. And when they went looking for an explanation, they often returned to the one story they already knew: the truck. Players who failed to understand the exploit often blamed the truck, giving the original legend a second life. The logic was understandable. The glitch felt too complicated to be real, while the truck was right there in the game, visible and solid. If Mew was truly obtainable, the reasoning went, surely it would be hidden behind something you could see, not buried in a calculation involving a stat you barely understood. So the truck rumor survived, not because it was true, but because it was easier to believe than the truth. Its discovery permanently blurred the line between cheating, programming accident, and intended secret. For years, players had assumed that Mew was simply unobtainable in the Western releases of the game. It existed in the code, but there was no legitimate way to encounter it. The glitch changed that. Suddenly, the question was no longer whether Mew could be caught, but whether Game Freak had known about this exploit all along. Some players argued that the glitch was too precise to be an accident. The special stat value of 21, the specific trainer on Route 8, the pause menu timing, it all seemed too deliberate. Others pointed out that the game's encounter system was a tangled mess of overlapping calculations, and that a glitch like this was inevitable, given how the code was structured. The truth is probably somewhere in between. The glitch was almost certainly an accident, a side effect of the game's programming, but it was an accident that happened to open a door to content the developers had locked away. What makes the Mew glitch so fascinating is that it occupies a space that almost nothing else in the franchise occupies. It is not a cheat, because it uses only the game's own mechanics. It is not a bug in the traditional sense, because it doesn't crash the game or corrupt your save file. And it is not an intended secret, because there is no evidence that Game Freak ever planned for players to find Mew this way. It exists in a grey area, a place where the game's code and the player's ingenuity meet in a way that neither side fully controlled. The glitch also revealed something about how the first generation of Pokémon games were built. The encounter system was not a single, clean algorithm. It was a patchwork of routines and lookups, stitched together under the pressure of a tight development schedule. The special stat was used for multiple purposes, and one of those purposes happened to be determining wild encounters. When players discovered that they could manipulate that value, they were essentially finding a backdoor into the game's internal logic. It was as if the game had been hiding a key all along, and the Mew glitch was the lock it opened. For players who grew up with the truck rumor, the Mew glitch was a revelation. It proved that the games were deeper than they appeared, that secrets could be hidden, not just in the world, but in the code itself. It also proved that the community's collective knowledge could uncover things that the developers never intended to share. The glitch became a rite of passage for serious players. If you could catch Mew without a cheating device, you had earned bragging rights. You had also joined a small group of people who had seen the game's machinery from the inside. Performing the glitch for the first time was a nerve-wracking experience. You had to save your game beforehand, because there was always the chance that something would go wrong. You had to make sure your lead Pokémon had exactly the right special stat, which often meant catching and training a specific Pokémon until its numbers aligned. Then you had to walk into the trainer's line of sight at just the right angle, open the menu at just the right moment, and hope that the game's confused logic would produce the encounter you were looking for. And then, when the battle started and Mew appeared, there was a brief moment of disbelief. It had actually worked. The game had given you something it was never supposed to give you. But the glitch had a darker side as well. It showed that the games were fragile, that their carefully constructed worlds could be bent and broken by players who knew where to push. The same techniques that produced Mew could also produce other glitches, some of them far more destructive. The line between a harmless exploit and a game-breaking bug was thin, and the Mew glitch walked it perfectly. In the years since, the Mew glitch has been studied, documented and refined. Players have found variations that work on different routes, with different trainers, and even in Pokémon Yellow, the method has been broken down to its component parts, and the underlying mechanics are now well understood. But the sense of wonder has never quite faded. Every time a player performs the glitch for the first time, there is a moment of disbelief when Mew appears on the screen. It is a moment that the truck rumor could never provide, because the truck was always just a truck. The Mew glitch delivers on its promise. It gives you the mythical Pokémon, not through a cheat or a hacked cartridge, but through the game's own hidden logic. And yet the glitch never fully replaced the rumor. The truck remained in the popular imagination, partly because it was simpler and partly because the glitch was hard to explain. The truck was a story you could tell on the playground. The glitch was a procedure you had to practice. So the two legends grew side by side, each feeding the other. The truck gave players a reason to search, and the glitch gave them a reason to believe that searching was worthwhile. The Mew glitch also changed how the Pokémon community thought about secrets. Before it, hidden content was assumed to be something you found by exploring. After it, players began to understand that secrets could be hidden in the code itself, waiting for someone clever enough to pull them out. This shift in thinking would lead to decades of data mining, glitch hunting, and code analysis. It also led to a new kind of mystery, one that was not about what was in the game, but about what the game was doing when it shouldn't have been doing anything at all. There is something almost poetic about the fact that Mew, the Pokémon said to contain the genetic material of every other Pokémon, was itself found through a glitch that contained the essence of the game's entire encounter system. The mythical creature and the broken code were linked from the beginning. Mew was never meant to be caught, and yet the game's own flaws made it possible. The glitch did not create Mew. It simply revealed that Mew was always there, hidden in the numbers, waiting for someone to look in the right place. The truck rumor promised a secret that did not exist. The Mew glitch delivered a secret that was never supposed to be found. And in the space between those two truths, a whole culture grew up around the idea that Pokémon was full of hidden things. Some of those things were real, like the glitch. Some were not, like the truck. But the belief that they might be real was enough to keep players searching, testing, and sharing their discoveries with anyone who would listen. That belief did not stop with Mew. The same games that hid a mythical Pokémon behind a calculation also contained places that felt wrong, locations where the music seemed to press against your ears, and the atmosphere seemed heavier than it should be. Players who had learned to look for secrets in the code began to wonder if there were secrets in the atmosphere as well. And in a small town with a tower and a graveyard, they thought they found one. The Mew glitch was a rare case where a Pokémon myth turned out to be real. You could actually do it. You could manipulate the game's encounter system, trigger the right trainer to battle, and pull a wild Mew out of the tall grass in front of Cerulean City. It was verifiable, it was repeatable, it was real. But the Mew glitch also proved something else. A story doesn't need to be true to be powerful. It just needs to feel true. And most Pokémon mysteries live in that murky space, where the story feels true even when the evidence doesn't exist. There is no better example of that than Lavender Town. Lavender Town sits in the eastern part of Kanto, a small, quiet place built around the Pokémon Tower, a 7-story graveyard where Pokémon are laid to rest. In the original games, it's a somber, melancholy stop on the journey. The townspeople speak softly about death and remembrance, The tower itself is filled with ghost Pokémon that can't be fought until you obtain the Sylph Scope. It's one of the few places in the early games that takes death seriously. And then there's the music. The Lavender Town theme is a short, looping melody, and it's unlike anything else in the original soundtrack. It was composed by Junichi Masuda, who wrote most of the music for the early games, and it's built around a high-pitched square wave that cuts through the Game Boy's tiny speaker. The Game Boy's sound chip only had 4 channels, so composers had to work with very limited tools, and that limitation gave the track a particular thinness. The melody is simple, almost childlike, but the notes are sharp and fragile, and the progression descends in a way that feels sad and slightly uneasy at the same time. The tune seems to hang in the air longer than it should. It's not a song you forget. Even players who never knew any of the legends attached to it will tell you that something about that melody feels different. That feeling is where the story begins. The legend goes like this. When Pokémon Red and Green launched in Japan in 1996, Lavender Town's music was different from the version that eventually shipped internationally. The original track, according to the story, contained a high-frequency tone, something close to a binaural beat. That was intended to make the music more emotionally affecting, but the frequency was too high, or the sound was too intense, and it started to affect children. The story claims that the original music caused headaches, illness, or even suicides among Japanese children. Some versions say the effects were mild and temporary. Others go much further, describing children who became seriously ill, and a handful who took their own lives. The story says that Nintendo and Game Freak quietly recalled the original cartridges, replaced the music with a softer version, and never spoke about it again. It's a chilling story. It's also, as far as anyone has been able to determine, completely unsupported. No reliable documentation of the central tragedy has ever surfaced. No Japanese news reports from 1996 mention children being hospitalized after playing Pokémon. No hospital records, no school announcements, no official statements from Nintendo or Game Freak. The story exists entirely in retellings, and those retellings have a habit of growing in the telling. Early versions of the legend mentioned headaches and discomfort. Later versions added the suicides. Still later versions added secret frequencies hidden in the audio, subliminal images allegedly embedded in the game's code, and government cover-ups that supposedly buried the whole incident. Each retelling added a new layer, and each layer made the story more dramatic and less verifiable. What's striking is how the story mutated as it travelled. The earliest versions were relatively modest, describing children who felt unwell after playing the game. As the story moved from forum to forum, the symptoms became more severe and the consequences more permanent. The binaural beat claim appeared later, along with the idea that the frequency was deliberately chosen. The government cover-up angle came later still. Each edition made the story harder to believe, and yet each edition also made it more compelling. The strange thing is that none of that stopped it from spreading. If anything, the details made it spread faster. By the mid-2000s, Lavender Town Syndrome had become one of the most famous Pokémon creepypastas on the internet. It was written up on horror wikis, narrated in YouTube videos, and cited as fact in comment sections. It became a standard entry in the canon of haunted video game stories, sitting alongside other famous legends like the ghost in Majora's Mask or the arcade cabinet Polybius, and it gave Lavender Town itself a permanent place in the darker corners of Pokémon fandom. The location became a symbol of hidden horror, a place where the game supposedly let its mask slip and revealed something it was never meant to show. And that's where the legend gets its staying power, because Lavender Town, even without the syndrome, is already a place of loss and mourning. The tower is filled with graves, and the NPCs talk about dead Pokémon with a sincerity that feels out of step with the rest of the game. The music, as we've discussed, is eerie, so when the story came along, it slotted into something that was already there. It gave players a reason for that unease, a concrete explanation for why the melody felt wrong. The legend didn't create the feeling, it just gave it a name. But let's be clear about what the evidence actually shows. The original Japanese version of Pokémon Red and Green did have a different Lavender Town theme from the international releases. That much is true. The Japanese track was written in a slightly different key, and it used a different tempo. Some players have analysed the audio and found that the Japanese version does contain a higher pitched tone than the international one. But that's not a binaural beat, and it's not a secret frequency, it's just a different arrangement. The Game Boy's sound chip was capable of producing a range of frequencies, and Masuda chose a higher register for the Japanese track. That's a creative decision, not a hidden weapon. The claim that the music caused suicides is where the story falls apart. There is no record of any such event. The Japanese gaming press in 1996 was active and thorough, and they covered Pokémon extensively. If even a single child had been hospitalized after playing the game, it would have been front-page news. It didn't happen. The story's earliest versions, which appeared on English-language forums in the early 2000s, didn't mention suicides at all. They mentioned headaches and nausea. The suicides were added later, almost certainly, by someone who thought the story needed more impact. And once that detail was added, it stuck because it made the story more horrifying and therefore more shareable. So why does the legend persist? Part of it is the power of the original feeling. Lavender Town is genuinely unsettling, and the story provides a satisfying explanation for that discomfort. Part of it is the way the internet rewards dramatic narratives. A story about a cover-up is more interesting than a story about a composer making a stylistic choice. And part of it is that the legend is just good horror. It taps into a real fear about media affecting children. A fear that has been around since people first worried about rock music and comic books. The story gives that fear a concrete form, and it attaches it to a beloved franchise, which makes it feel personal. There's also a deeper reason, and it's tied to the nature of the games themselves. Pokémon is a series about collecting and battling, but it's also a series about companionship and loss. The games are full of moments where you say goodbye to a Pokémon, whether it's releasing one into the wild or leaving one behind in a box. Lavender Town is the only place in the original games that forces you to confront that loss directly. It's a place where the game stops being about adventure and starts being about mourning. That's a jarring shift, and it's one that players feel even if they can't articulate it. The legend gives that feeling a narrative, and that narrative makes the feeling more real. In the end, Lavender Town Syndrome is a story about a story. It's a legend that grew out of a real place in a real game, and it grew because that place touched something genuine in players. The facts don't support the legend, but the legend doesn't need the facts. It needs the feeling, and the feeling is real. The music is eerie. The tower is sad. The game is about loss, and so the story endures, not because it's true, but because it's meaningful. And that's why it's still told today, and why it will probably be told for as long as people play Pokémon. The legend is a ghost, and like the ghosts in Lavender Tower, it's not going anywhere. The story of Lavender Town Syndromes, because it attached a terrifying explanation to something that already felt strange. The music never needed a rumour to make it memorable. Even players who had never heard a single word about the alleged health crisis would walk into Lavender Town and feel the shift immediately, and that feeling is worth examining because it tells us something about how the legend took root. Lavender Town's theme is unlike almost anything else in the original games. Most Pokémon towns had cheerful, upbeat melodies, bright major keys, bouncy rhythms, simple hooks that matched the friendly atmosphere of the world. Pallet Town was gentle and warm, a soft introduction to the adventure. Viridian City was bright and energetic, with a melody that felt like a call to action. Cerulean City had a breezy, optimistic lilt that suggested easy travels ahead. Even the caves and dungeons, which used darker tones, still moved with a sense of purpose and adventure. They were tense, but they were active. Lavender Town broke that pattern completely. The music's sharp melodic leaps and sparse, unsettling arrangement created an atmosphere unlike most early Pokémon locations. The melody doesn't settle into a comfortable groove. It jumps, it hovers, it leaves space where you'd expect movement. The notes seem to hang in the air longer than they should, and the silence between them feels deliberate. Part of what makes it so effective is how little there is to it. The arrangement is minimal, a single melody line with a simple bass underneath. No busy percussion, no cheerful counter melody. It's the kind of composition that feels empty on purpose, as if the music itself is holding its breath. The key is minor, the tempo is slow, and the intervals between notes are wide enough to feel unstable. Your ear never quite knows where the melody is going to land next, and that uncertainty creates a quiet tension that stays with you even after you leave the town. The opening phrase alone makes the intent clear. The melody leaps upward in a way that feels almost like a question, then hovers there, unresolved, before drifting back down. It doesn't resolve the way you expect it to. It just lingers, like a thought you can't quite finish. That tension was amplified by the technology of the time. The Game Boy's sound chip was limited, but those limitations gave the music a particular texture. The tones are thin and reedy, almost piercing in the upper register. When the melody climbs, it doesn't sound warm or inviting. It sounds sharp, like something cutting through the silence. Players who grew up with the game often described the same sensation, a slight unease that they couldn't quite explain, even before they knew anything about the rumors. It's the kind of music that makes you want to leave the area quickly. Not because anything is attacking you, but because the atmosphere itself feels heavy. You can feel it in your shoulders. That subtle tension that builds without you noticing. The music gets under your skin in a way that the cheerful themes of other towns never do. The journey to Lavender Town only made the contrast sharper. To reach it, players had to pass through Rock Tunnel, a dark cave where visibility was nearly zero, unless you had a Pokémon that knew Flash. It was a tense, claustrophobic experience, stumbling through the dark and hoping you had the right gem on the right Pokémon. When you finally emerged on the other side, the game gave you no relief. Instead of a bright, welcoming town, you found Lavender Town with its slow, mournful theme and the silhouette of Pokémon Tower rising in the background. It felt less like arriving at a destination and more like walking into a wake. The game had prepared you for adventure, for battles, for the thrill of catching new creatures. Lavender Town asked you to sit with something heavier instead. The composer, Junichi Masuda, has spoken about how he approached the music for the original games. He drew on a wide range of influences, from classical composition to video game music from around the world. And he was particularly interested in how music could shape the emotional tone of a location. For Lavender Town, the goal was clearly to create a sense of mourning and quiet sorrow. The music had to tell players, before any dialogue or cutscene, that this was a place of loss, and it did. The sparse arrangement, the minor key, the unusual intervals, all of it worked together to create a mood that was unmistakable. You didn't need to read a single line of text to know that something sad had happened here. The music communicated it directly, in a language that bypassed words entirely. There's a reason the combination of elements works so well on the human ear. Music in a minor key has been associated with sadness and tension for centuries across countless musical traditions. But Lavender Town goes beyond simply being in a minor key. It uses wide intervals, large jumps between notes, which create a sense of instability. Our ears are trained to expect melodies that move in small connected steps. When a melody leaps unexpectedly, it draws attention, and when those leaps happen in a slow, sparse context, they feel almost like cries or calls across a distance. The music sounds like it's reaching for something and not quite finding it. That sense of reaching, of searching, is deeply unsettling, even if we can't articulate why. And then there were the differences between versions. The Japanese release of Pokémon Red and Green used a slightly different sound configuration than the international releases that followed. When the games were localized, the music was adjusted. The melody stayed the same, but the tone and balance were altered. For most players, this was an invisible technical detail, but after the Lavender Town Syndrome story began circulating, those differences became fuel for claims that the track had been secretly altered. The story went that the original Japanese music contained frequencies that were harmful to children, and that the international version had been quietly softened to prevent the same problems from spreading. There was no evidence for any of this. The differences between versions were almost certainly routine adjustments made during localization, not a cover-up. But the claim had a powerful appeal because it explained something that already felt strange. The music was different, and the music was unsettling. The story connected those two facts into a narrative that seemed to make sense, even though it was built on nothing. The town itself supplied the rest of the confirmation. Lavender Town wasn't just a place with eerie music, it was a place with a graveyard. Pokémon Tower loomed over the town, a multi-story monument to deceased Pokémon, filled with ghost-type Pokémon that couldn't be fought or caught through normal means. The NPCs in the town were grieving. They talked about lost Pokémon, about visiting the tower to pay respects, about the sadness that hung over the community. One of the most memorable scenes in the entire game involved a young Cubone mourning its mother, a moment that carried real emotional weight for players. The town's graveyard, ghosts, and grieving NPCs supplied visual confirmation for an otherwise unsupported horror story. Everything in Lavender Town told you that something sad and strange was happening here. The music matched that mood perfectly, so when the rumor claimed that the music had caused real harm, it didn't feel impossible. It felt like the natural extension of a place that was already haunted in every way the game could express. The irony is that the legend has outlived the evidence against it. Lavender Town Syndrome has been debunked many times over. There is no credible documentation of children falling ill or dying because of the music. The original Japanese composition was not banned, recalled, or secretly altered for safety reasons. The entire story belongs in the same category as so many other internet horror tales, compelling, widely shared, and completely unsupported. But the mystery survives because the music genuinely feels disturbing. Even though the alleged health crisis does not, the feeling is real. The unease is real. The music was designed to create an atmosphere of loss and dread, and it succeeds. The legend simply took that genuine emotional response and built a false story around it. The theme has followed the franchise ever since. When Pokémon was remade for the Game Boy Advance, Lavender Town's music was re-orchestrated with richer sound, but it kept the same haunting character. The same melody appeared again in the remakes of Gold and Silver, and again in Let's Go, Pikachu and Eevee. Each time it carried the same weight. The music has become one of the most recognizable pieces in the entire series. Not because it's catchy or uplifting, but because it's the one piece of Pokémon music that makes players feel genuinely uneasy. It's the track that people cite when they talk about the series' hidden depths. The moment when the bright, cheerful world of Pokémon briefly showed something older and sadder underneath. That pattern, taking something real from the game and weaving a horror story around it, didn't end with Lavender Town. The same approach would be applied to other elements of Pokémon in the years that followed. As fans found new details to build their own unsettling narratives around, sometimes the details were real, like the music. Sometimes they were entirely invented, characters and events that never existed in any version of the game, but felt real enough to spread. The formula was the same. Find something in the game that felt strange or unexplained, and build a story around it that was darker than anything the developers intended. Lavender Town was the first great example of that, and it set the template for everything that came after. The town became a symbol of the idea that Pokémon could hide something darker beneath its colourful surface. And that idea proved irresistible to the internet. The same qualities that made Lavender Town's music feel haunted are what made it so easy for other stories to take root there. Once the idea had been planted that this place was hiding something darker than a few ghost-type Pokémon, every corner of the tower seemed to invite speculation, and the most persistent of those stories involved someone waiting at the top who should not have been there at all. The Buried Alive legend describes a hidden enemy waiting at the top of Pokémon Tower with grotesque battle text. If you had heard this story in the early 2000s, it usually went something like this. You climb the tower normally, fighting the channelers and the ghastly that drift through the hallways. You reach the final floor where Mr. Fuji is supposed to be waiting, but instead of the old man who runs the Pokémon house, you find a trainer you have never seen before. The battle starts without any warning, and the text that appears on screen is not the usual polite challenge from a random trainer. It is something wrong. Something that reads like a message from a dead person. The specifics changed depending on who was telling the story. Some versions said the trainer was named after a real person who had died while playing the game. Others said the battle text described being buried underground, feeling the weight of the dirt pressing down, hearing the sounds of the living world fading above. A few versions claimed that if you lost the battle, game would freeze on a black screen with a single line of text that simply said, "You should have left me buried." Fan versions portray the trainer as a corpse that attacks before demanding to be buried. This is where the story really found its legs. The trainer is not just a ghost in the mechanical sense of a ghost-type Pokémon. The trainer is a rotting body, still wearing the clothes of a Pokémon trainer, still holding a Pokéball, still fighting out of some instinct that has long outlived the mind that once commanded it. And when you finally beat it, the text does not congratulate you. It asks why you did not leave it alone. It says it was at peace underground. It says you have disturbed something that should have stayed buried. The story spread through forums, videos, and fabricated screenshots rather than official game evidence. There was never a moment where someone found this in the actual code and showed their work. Instead, the legend grew the way most Pokémon creepypasta grew in that era. Someone posted a screenshot that looked just grainy enough to be real. Someone else made a video using a ROM hack or a modified game and presented it as genuine. The details got passed from forum to forum, each retelling adding a new layer of texture. The corpse trainer had a name in some versions. The battle music changed in others. One popular retelling claimed that after the battle, the player character sprite would occasionally flicker into the corpse's sprite for the rest of the game, as if something had followed you down the tower. None of this was real in the sense of being discoverable in an unmodified copy of Pokémon Red or Blue, but that almost did not matter. The story's power came from something deeper than evidence. Its power comes from exploiting a genuine fear. What if the game's ghost story continued? After the player stopped looking, Lavender Town was already a place where the game told you that spirits lingered. The Pokémon Tower was a graveyard, and the game was not shy about reminding you of that. The channelers talked about feeling the presence of the dead. The ghost Pokémon were not just creatures to catch. They were the restless souls of Pokémon that had died. The game gave you a complete narrative, and then it let you leave. You could walk out of the tower, heal your team, and move on to the next city. The story was over, but the fear that Buried Alive tapped into was the idea that the story was not over, that the game had more to show you if you looked in the wrong place, that the tower was not just a dungeon to clear, but a real resting place, and that something in it resented being disturbed. The corpse trainer was the embodiment of that resentment. It was not a ghost that wanted to be helped, or a Pokémon that wanted to be caught. It was something that wanted to be left alone. And it was angry that you had not left it alone. That is why the legend survived, even after it was debunked. You could show someone the game's actual code and prove that no such trainer existed. You could point out that the top of the tower is just a room with Mr. Fuji and fuchsia items. You could explain that the fabricated screenshots were made with tools that anyone could count, and still, the story would linger in the back of someone's mind the next time they climbed the tower, because the game had already told them that the dead were there. It already made them feel uneasy about walking through a building full of graves. All the legend had to do was suggest that the game had not shown them everything. There is a reason this story attached itself to Pokémon Tower, and not to say the Safari Zone or the power plant. The tower was already a place of unease. The music was strange. The trainers were all women dressed like mediums. The wild Pokémon were all ghosts. The game was deliberately creating an atmosphere of dread, and it's succeeded so well that players were willing to believe the dread was hiding something more. The tower felt like a place where the rules of the game might not apply, and if the rules of the game did not apply, then anything could be waiting at the top. The Buried Alive legend also benefited from being part of a larger wave of Pokémon horror stories that were spreading at the time. Lavender Town Syndrome had already established that this location was special, that it had a dark history that the games were hiding. The White Hand story, which claimed that a pale hand would appear on the bottom screen of certain Pokémon games and slowly crawl upward, was making the rounds on the same forums. These stories fed on each other. If you believed that Lavender Town's music could make children sick, it was not a huge leap to believe that the tower itself was hiding a corpse that would fight you. The location had already been marked as cursed. The new stories were just filling in the details. What is interesting about Buried Alive, looking back on it now, is how little it actually had to do with Pokémon. The corpse trainer was not a Pokémon. It did not use Pokémon in any version of the story that gained traction. It just attacked you directly, with battle text that described being underground, feeling the weight of the earth, hearing the sounds of digging above. The story was not really about the game at all. It was about the fear of being buried alive, which is one of the oldest and most universal human fears there is. The legend just borrowed Pokémon's most haunted location to give that fear a place to live, and that is why it worked. The game had already done the hard part. It had created a space that felt genuinely unsettling, a tower full of graves and ghosts and music that did not sound like anything else in the game. All the legend had to do was suggest that the space was even more dangerous than it appeared. The fear was already there. The story just gave it a face. The fabricated screenshots helped, of course. There is something about seeing a battle text box that does not look quite right that makes a story feel more real. The text in the screenshots was always slightly off. The font was a little too clean or a little too blurry. The trainer sprite was usually a recolored version of an existing sprite, often the rocket grunt or the channeler, but with the colors darkened and the eyes removed. The battle background was always the same generic indoor background used throughout the tower, but the text was what people remembered. Lines like, "You can hear me scratching from inside the walls," or "The dirt is cold and it is getting colder," or the most famous one, "Why did you dig me up?" These lines were shared and reshared across forums and early video platforms. They became part of the story's DNA. Even people who never saw the original screenshots knew the lines. The story also spread because it was easy to tell. It did not require any special knowledge of the game's mechanics or lore. You did not need to know about glitch Pokémon or obscure encounter rates. You just needed to know that Pokémon Tower was a graveyard and that something was buried there that should not have been. The story was simple enough to pass along in a single message board post, and it was creepy enough that people wanted to share it. There is a version of this story that says the corpse trainer was originally a real person, a player who died while playing Pokémon and whose spirit got trapped in the game. That version never gained as much traction, probably because it was too specific. The more effective versions left the corpse anonymous. It was just a body that had been buried in the tower and had not stayed dead. The lack of a name made it more frightening. It could be anyone. It could be someone you knew. The story eventually faded, as most creepypasta does. The forums moved on to other legends. The videos got buried under newer content, but the tower never lost its reputation. Every new generation of players who reached Lavender Town for the first time felt the same unease that players felt in the 90s. The music was still strange, the ghosts were still there, and somewhere in the back of their minds, they had probably heard the story about the corpse at the top of the tower. They knew it was not real, but they still checked the top floor a little more carefully than they needed to. That is the real legacy of Buried Alive. It did not change the game. It did not add anything to the code or reveal any hidden content. What it did was change the way players looked at a location that was already designed to make them uncomfortable. The game gave them a graveyard and told them the dead were restless. The legend gave them a reason to believe that the dead were not just restless, they were waiting. And that fear, the fear that something in the game was waiting for you, that the story was not finished when you left the tower, that the game had secrets it would never show you unless you looked in exactly the right place at exactly the right time. That fear did not stay in Lavender Town. It followed players through the rest of the game. It followed them into the next games. It followed them onto the internet, where they would share their own stories about strange things they had seen in Pokémon games. Things that did not quite make sense. Things that felt like they should not be there. The White Hand story was one of those. It was another legend that spread through the same channels, claiming that a pale hand would appear on the screen during certain Pokémon games, slowly crawling upward until it covered the entire display. There was never any evidence for it. No screenshots that held up to scrutiny. No video that showed the hand appearing in an unmodified game. But the story spread anyway, because it tapped into the same fear that Buried Alive had exploited. The fear that the game was not just a game. The fear that something else was in there with you. Chapter 8. Content generation failed. Manual review needed. Last error. Chapter 8 The White Hand remains incomplete after 1 continuations. Manual review needed. Chapter still incomplete after continuation. 11 Thief 90 chars, truncated. The White Hand was never one story. It was a shape that kept shifting. A rumour that borrowed whatever details made it feel most immediate in the moment. And that flexibility, that sense that the story could adapt to whoever was telling it, is exactly what made it spread. But there was another story that took that same participatory energy and pushed it much further. It didn't just change details in retellings. It presented itself as something you could almost verify, something you could almost touch. It came with files. It came with screenshots. It came with a save file that seemed to have been played by someone who was no longer in a condition to play anything. The Pokémon Lost Silver creepypasta presents a corrupted game file, a mutilated player character, and a journey through a dead version of Yoto. And unlike the earlier myths that lived mostly in text, this one arrived with visual evidence, or at least, evidence that looked convincing enough to make you pause. The screenshots showed a character whose sprite had been torn apart, pieces of the body scattered across the screen, as if the game itself had tried to delete them and failed. The text boxes were garbled, letters replaced by symbols that seemed to come from nowhere. The music in the videos that followed was slowed down, pitched into something that sounded like a lullaby played underwater, and the story that came with all of it was simple. Someone found a cartridge. Someone played it. Someone should not have. What made Lost Silver different from the stories that came before it was how it used the language of the games themselves. It didn't just tell you that something terrible had happened. It showed you the save file had a name. The player character had a name, and that name was not the one you typed in. That detail, small as it was, did a lot of work, because anyone who has played Pokémon knows that your character's name is the first thing you choose. It is the most personal piece of data in the entire game. So when the story presented a cartridge where the player's name was not the one the original owner had chosen, it created a specific kind of unease. It suggested that something had overwritten the original player, not just their progress, not just their team, but their identity. The narrative borrowed recognizable mechanics, music, and sprites to disguise fiction as recovered evidence. That is the core trick of Lost Silver, and it is worth sitting with for a moment, because the story does not ask you to believe in a new location or a new Pokémon. It does not invent a secret cave or a hidden legendary creature. It uses the world you already know, the same routes, the same towns, the same gym leaders, the same music, but everything is slightly wrong. The colours are off, the sprites are distorted, the dialogue is broken, and that wrongness is what makes it feel real, because a completely original horror story would be easy to dismiss. But a version of Johto that has been corrupted, that has been twisted into something that still looks like the game you remember, but feels like a place you should not be in, that is much harder to shake. The story also leaned heavily on the idea of the cartridge itself as an object. The person who found it described buying it at a garage sale, or finding it in a used game bin, or receiving it from a friend who refused to explain where it came from. The specifics changed depending on the version, but the framing stayed the same. This was not a digital download, this was a physical thing. A piece of plastic and silicon that had been in someone's hands, and that physicality mattered, because it made the horror feel less like a story and more like a warning. The implication was that the cartridge was still out there, that someone else could find it, that you could find it, and that if you did, you would not make the same mistake the original player made. You would not play it. You would not even turn it on, but you would wonder. You would always wonder what was on it. Its screenshots and save file mythology made the story feel more interactive than a normal campfire tale, and that interactivity was the real innovation, because Lost Silver did not just ask you to listen, it asked you to look. It asked you to examine the screenshots for details, to notice the way the player character's sprite had been altered, to read the corrupted text and try to piece together what the game was trying to say, to compare the version of Johto in the screenshots to the version in your own memory. And in doing that, it turned the audience into investigators. You were not just consuming a story, you were participating in it. You were looking for clues. You were trying to figure out what had happened before the story told you. And that engagement made the horror stick in a way that a simple narrative could not. The story also borrowed from the existing mythology of the games in clever ways. The player character in Lost Silver is often described as having been mutilated in a way that mirrors the fate of the protagonist in the earlier Buried Alive legend. The journey through Johto is framed as a kind of purgatory, a place where the player is forced to relive their final moments over and over, and the ending, when it comes, is not a resolution, it is a loop. The game restarts. The player character is still there, the corruption is still there, and the implication is that this will continue forever, that the cartridge is not haunted in the traditional sense. It is trapped, and so is the player, and so by extension is anyone who picks it up. What is interesting about Lost Silver, looking back, is how quickly it became a template. After it spread, other creepypastas began to use the same techniques. Screenshots of corrupted sprites, save files with strange names, stories about used cartridges that contained something dark. The format became a genre of its own, and that genre did not just exist on forums or in text posts. It moved to video, it moved to audio, it moved to fan games that recreated the experience of playing a corrupted Pokémon game. The story stopped being a single narrative and became a shared vocabulary, a way of talking about the fear that the games you love might not be as safe as you think, that the worlds you escape to might have something waiting in them that you did not put there. Its enduring influence shows how Pokémon horror shifted from playground rumors to participatory internet storytelling, and that shift is worth recognizing, Because the playground rumours, the ones about Mew Under the Truck and Lavender Town syndrome, they were passed from person to person by word of mouth. They lived in the space between belief and doubt. But Lost Silver lived in the space between image and imagination. It gave you something to see, and what you saw was enough to make you fill in the rest yourself. The story did not need to explain everything. It did not need to show you the face of the thing that had corrupted the cartridge. It just needed to show you the aftermath, the torn sprite, the broken text, the empty roots, the sense that something had been there and was still there, waiting for you to look away. The Lost Silver creepypasta is not a real unsolved mystery in the sense that there is no actual cartridge to find. No one has ever produced the physical object. No one has ever verified the screenshots as genuine. The story is fiction, but it is fiction that became real in a different way. It became a shared experience, a story that people told each other, not because they believed it, but because it made them feel something. And that feeling, that mixture of dread and curiosity, is exactly what the best Pokemon mysteries have always done. They ask you to believe just enough to be unsettled. They ask you to look at a familiar world and see something unfamiliar in it. They ask you to wonder what else might be hiding in the games you thought you knew. And that wondering does not stop with the games themselves. It carries over into the stories people tell about them, the rumours that spread from cartridge to cartridge, from screen to screen, from person to person, the mysteries that are not solved but passed along, the questions that do not have answers but have versions. And in that way, the Pokemon franchise has become something more than a series of games. It has become a mythology, a living collection of stories that grow and change and adapt to the people who tell them, and the mysteries that endure are the ones that feel personal, the ones that make you feel like you are part of the story, the ones that ask you to look a little closer at the screen, to listen a little harder to the music, to wonder what might be waiting just outside the frame. The Lost Silver story left its mark because it felt like something you could almost touch, a corrupted save file, a distorted player character, a world that had gone wrong in ways the game never intended. It was a story built on the idea that the cartridge itself was carrying something broken, and that idea, the notion that a physical copy of a game could be dangerous, did not go away. It just found a new host. Another famous creepypasta imagines a Pokémon Black cartridge that kills opposing trainers and erases the player's world. This one did not stay in the realm of text and screenshots for long. It spread through video, through supposedly captured footage, through recordings of battles that looked just wrong enough to feel real. And at the centre of it all was a single Pokémon, a creature that should have been ordinary, but was described as something else entirely. The story begins with a player who finds a used copy of Pokémon Black. The cartridge is unremarkable at first. It boots up normally. The menu looks correct, but the save file is already there, and the name on it is not the player's. That alone is not unusual. Used games carry previous owners all the time, but this save file has a strange quality to it. The player character is standing in a location that does not quite match the map. The Pokemon in the party are familiar, but their levels seem off, and there is one slot that holds a Pokemon with no name, no sprite, just a blank space where a creature should be. The player decides to continue the save instead of starting fresh. That is the choice that sets everything in motion. The first battle is against a wild Pokemon, and it goes wrong immediately. The opposing creature does not take damage the way it should. The health bar drains, then refills, then drains again. The text boxes appear in the wrong order, and when the battle ends, the wild Pokemon is not knocked out. It is gone, not fainted, not fled, just removed from the encounter entirely, as if it had never existed. That is the first death, though the player does not understand it yet. The story escalates from there. Every trainer battle becomes more distorted. The opponent's Pokemon move in ways the game engine should not allow. Their cries are stretched into sounds that do not match any known species. And when the player wins, the trainer on the other side does not fade away with the usual defeat animation. They remain on screen for a moment too long. Then their sprite flickers, and the screen cuts to black. The body count grows as the player progresses. Each victory leaves another trainer erased from the world. Not defeated, not sent back to the Pokémon Center, but removed. Their names disappear from the trainer list. Their dialogue is gone from the game's memory. It is as if they were never there at all, and the player character begins to change too. The sprite's colours shift slightly. The eyes in the portrait become hollow. The text boxes that describe the player's actions start using words that do not belong in a Pokémon game. The haunted Pokémon at the centre of it all is never clearly identified. Some versions of the story describe it as a Darkrai with corrupted data. Others claim it is a missing Pokémon, something that was cut from the final game but left behind in the code. The most common version describes it as a creature that appears only in battle, its sprite flickering between known Pokémon and something that should not exist. It does not attack in the normal sense. Instead, it uses moves that are not in the game data, moves with names that translate to phrases like erase and forget. And every time it uses one of those moves, another part of the world disappears. The player eventually realizes what is happening. The cartridge is not just haunted, it is actively deleting the game from the inside. Routes that were explored become empty. Cities lose their buildings. NPCs stop appearing entirely. The world of Unova, which should be full of life and activity, becomes a silent, empty shell, and the player character is the only thing left moving through it. The story reaches its climax in a battle against the champion, but the champion is not the usual opponent. The battle screen shows a trainer sprite that has been corrupted beyond recognition. Its colours are wrong, its position is slightly off, and the Pokémon it sends out is the haunted creature itself. The battle is unwinnable. Every move the player makes is countered, every attack is absorbed, and then the creature uses its final move, and the screen goes black. When the game boots again, the save file is gone. The player's name is gone. The entire world is gone. The cartridge is blank, as if it had never been played, and the only evidence that anything happened is the player's memory of the hours they spent inside that broken version of Unova. The story spread quickly because it was built for video. Fan-made games and videos later blurred the line between the original story and its adaptations. People recreated the corrupted battles using ROM hacks. They edited footage to show the blank spaces and the distorted cries. They built entire playable versions of the cursed cartridge, letting viewers experience the dread for themselves. Some of these recreations were so well made that they were mistaken for genuine captures. Comment sections filled with people, whether they could buy a copy for themselves. The mystery is not whether the cartridge was real, but why fabricated evidence became so convincing to a generation of viewers. The answer lies in how the story was told. It did not rely on jump scares or sudden violence. It relied on erosion, the slow removal of familiar things, the quiet disappearance of characters the player had come to know, the growing silence of a world that should have been full of sound. That kind of horror does not need to be real to feel true. It only needs to be consistent, and the story was very consistent. It also tapped into something deeper about how we relate to our games. A save file is not just data, it is a record of time spent. It holds the choices we made, the Pokémon we caught, the battles we won. To see that record erased is to see a part of our own history disappear. The cursed cartridge story understood that. It took the fear of losing progress and stretched it into the fear of losing everything. Not just the game, but the world inside it. And that world, once gone, could never be restored. The story faded from the spotlight eventually, as creepypastas tend to do, but it never fully disappeared. It resurfaced in new forms, in new videos, in new discussions about what makes a game feel haunted, and it left behind a question that still lingers. If a game can be made to feel this wrong, this empty, this final, then what else might be hiding in the data we never look at? What other worlds are waiting to be erased? The creepypasta stories we've been exploring all share one crucial trait. They're fiction. They're well-crafted, sometimes genuinely unsettling fiction, but fiction nonetheless. They spread because they feel real, because they tap into something that the games only hint at. But every once in a while, the Pokemon games contain something that makes the rumors seem almost tame by comparison. Something so unlikely, so specific, so hidden, that encountering it feels less like playing a game, and more like stumbling into a secret that wasn't meant to be found. In the Hoenn region, the third generation of Pokemon games, there exists a location called Mirage Island, and unlike the haunted cartridges and ghostly trainers from the stories we've discussed, Mirage Island is absolutely real. You can visit it. You can walk on its shores, battle its Pokemon, and explore its single small patch of beach. But actually getting there requires conditions so precise, so bizarre, that many players who spent hundreds of hours in Hoenn never saw it even once. Here's how it works. Mirage Island is a tiny speck of land that appears off the coast of Route 130 near Pacifidlog town. It's visible from the route, a small shadowy shape on the horizon that players can surf to if they know it's there. But the island doesn't just appear whenever you feel like visiting. It's tied to something called the Mirage Island flag, a hidden value in your game's data that determines whether the island exists in your world at all. That flag is determined by a combination of your trainer ID and your secret ID, two numbers that are randomly generated when you start a new game. The game takes these numbers, runs them through a specific calculation, and if the result matches a particular value, the island appears. The odds of this happening are approximately 1 in 65,536. For every individual save file, there is exactly one combination of trainer ID and secret ID that will make Mirage Island appear. If your IDs don't match that specific combination, the island simply never exists in your game. No matter how long you play, no matter how many times you check the route, it will never be there. But here's where it gets even stranger. The island isn't permanently locked to your save file. The flag can change. The game recalculates the condition every day, using your current party Pokemon and their individual values, those hidden stats that determine everything from a Pokemon's nature to its IVs. Each day, the game checks your party, runs the calculation, and if the result matches, the island appears for that day only. If you switch out your party, the condition changes. If the day rolls over, the condition changes again. This means that even if you somehow manage to get the island to appear, it could vanish the next day. And if you wanted to find it again, you'd need to figure out which combination of Pokemon in your party triggers the flag. The calculation is so obscure that players spent years trying to reverse engineer it. And even today, the exact mechanics are understood only by a small community of dedicated researchers who dug deep into the game's code. Now consider what this meant for players in the early 2000s. Before the internet was the vast repository of knowledge it is today. You're a kid playing Pokémon Ruby. You've heard a rumor that there's a secret island off the coast of Pacifidlog town. Maybe a friend told you, or maybe you read about it in a magazine. You surf out to the spot where the island is supposed to be, and there's nothing there, just empty ocean. You check again the next day, still nothing. You try different parties, different times of day, different everything, nothing. So you conclude it's a rumor, a hoax, another playground story, like Mew Under the Truck or the ghost in Pokémon Tower. You move on with your game, convinced that Mirage Island is just another myth. But it wasn't a myth, it was real, and that's what makes it so fascinating. Mirage Island reverses the usual formula. With most Pokemon mysteries, the rumor is more interesting than the reality. The truck by the S. Anne was just a truck, a piece of unused map detail that meant nothing. The Lavender town ghost was just a sprite, a harmless encounter that players misinterpreted. But Mirage Island is the opposite. The reality is stranger than any rumor could have imagined. The island itself is small, barely more than a patch of sand with a few trees. It's not a sprawling area with multiple routes and hidden caves. It's a single beach, maybe a dozen steps across, with one notable feature: a wild Pokémon that appears nowhere else in the game. Wynaut, the pre-evolution of Wobbuffet, can be found on Mirage Island, and in Pokémon Ruby and Sapphire, it's the only place in the entire region where you can catch it. For players who wanted to complete their Pokédex, Mirage Island wasn't just a curiosity, it was a necessity. And that's where the frustration really set in, because the island's appearance was tied to that daily calculation. Players couldn't simply grind for it. They couldn't spend hours searching, because the island either existed or it didn't. The only way to increase your chances was to manipulate the game's clock, changing the date to force a new calculation each day. But even then, the odds were astronomically against you. 1 in 65,536 is not a friendly number. It's not a number that says, "You'll find this eventually if you keep trying." It's a number that says, "This is not meant to be found." So players did what players always do when faced with an impossible challenge. They turned to cheating. Action replay codes, GameShark devices, and eventually save editors. They hacked the game to force the island to appear, to give themselves Wynaut, to see the island with their own eyes. And because so many players encountered the island through cheating, the legitimacy of any Mirage Island sighting became suspect. If you told someone you'd found Mirage Island, they'd assume you'd used a cheat device. The island was so rare, so impossibly specific, that a genuine encounter sounded exactly like a fabrication. This created a strange paradox. The island was real, but it was so rare that the only way most players ever saw it was through artificial means. The legitimate encounters were so few and far between that they became indistinguishable from the hacked ones. If you saw a screenshot of Mirage Island online, you couldn't tell whether it was a genuine save file or a modified one. The truth and the lie looked identical, and that's the real mystery of Mirage Island. It's not a mystery of whether the island exists. It exists. It's not a mystery of how to find it. The mechanics are known, documented, and understood. The mystery is the gap between what the game contains and what players can actually experience. Game Freak created a location that most players would never see, tied to a calculation that most players would never understand, and then left it there, hidden in the code, waiting for 1 in 65,000 player who happened to have the right numbers. The island's rarity made it feel like a rumor, but it was real. And because it was real, it became something else entirely. It became a symbol of the game's hidden depths, a reminder that even after hundreds of hours, there might still be something you haven't found. It's the kind of secret that keeps players exploring, keeps them checking routes, keeps them wondering what else might be hiding just out of sight. And that's the thing about Pokémon. For all the creepypasta and urban legends, for all the haunted cartridges and ghostly encounters, the games themselves are full of genuine secrets. Not secrets that were cut from the final release, not secrets that were added by fan fiction, but secrets that were deliberately programmed into the games, waiting for someone to find them. Mirage Island is one of those secrets. It's a rumor that turned out to be true, and the truth was stranger than anyone could have guessed. The island itself, when you finally see it, is almost anticlimactic. A tiny beach, a few trees, a single species of Pokémon. It's not a grand reward for the impossible odds you've overcome. It's just a small, quiet place that most players will never visit, and somehow that's perfect. It's the kind of secret that doesn't need to be grand to be meaningful. It just needs to exist, hidden away, waiting for the right combination of numbers to bring it into the world. As we've seen throughout these stories, Pokémon has always had a talent for creating mysteries, both real and imagined. The games are filled with hidden corners, unexplained events, and details that seem to hint at something larger. Some of those mysteries are just the result of cut content or translation errors. Others are deliberate, designed to make players wonder. And a few, like Mirage Island, are so obscure that they blur the line between the two. The island's existence raises a question that echoes through all of Pokemon's mysteries. How much of what we think we know about these games is actually true, and how much is just a story we've told ourselves? The creepypasta we've discussed were stories crafted to frighten and entertain, but Mirage Island was real, and it was real in a way that made it feel like a story. It was too unlikely, too specific, too hidden to be believed. And yet, there it was, sitting in the code of millions of cartridges, waiting for the one player in 65,000 who would ever see it. In the end, Mirage Island isn't just a mystery, it's a lesson. It's a reminder that the games we play are full of secrets we may never uncover, and that sometimes the most unbelievable stories turn out to be true. The island doesn't need to be grand or impressive. It just needs to exist, hidden away, a tiny patch of sand in a vast ocean, waiting for the right moment to appear. And that's the beauty of it. In a franchise built on rumors and legends, Mirage Island stands out because it's the one rumor that was actually true. The island was real, the conditions were real, and the experience of finding it was real. It just happened to be so rare, so specific, that it might as well have been a myth, and for most players, it always will be. Before we dive deeper into this incredible journey, I'm curious, where in the world are you watching this from? Drop a comment below and let our global community know. And if you're finding this as mind-blowing as I am, hit that like button to help more people discover this story. Mirage Island was real, but it hid itself so well that it might as well have been a rumor. That tension between what exists and what we can prove is the exact same tension that defines the GS Ball, except the GS Ball had the opposite problem. It was impossible to miss. It sat right in the middle of the anime's most important storyline for months, and then it simply vanished. The GS Ball first appeared during the Johto journey in the hands of Professor Oak. He received it from a mysterious visitor, a man named Kurt, who lived in Azalea Town and made Pokeballs by hand. Kurt had no idea what the ball was or where it came from. He only knew it wouldn't open, no matter what he tried, and that was the entire hook. A Pokeball that couldn't be opened, with no known origin and no known purpose. Professor Oak handed it to Ash with a simple instruction: take it to Kurt, let him figure it out. That was the setup, and for a while, the anime treated the GS Ball like the most important object in the world. Ash carried it through the Johto region, and every few episodes, someone would bring it up. Kurt examined it. He couldn't open it. He said it might be connected to something ancient, something tied to the forests and the Pokemon that lived there, and that was when the speculation began. Fans noticed the ball's design immediately. It was gold and silver, with a pattern that looked like the legendary beasts. It matched the colour scheme of the second-generation games, which were literally called Gold and Silver. And more importantly, there was a Pokemon in those games that had a very specific connection to time travel and forests. Celebi, the mythical Pokemon of the Ilex forest, the one that could travel through time and appeared only in special events. The connection seemed obvious. The GS Ball had to be a Celebi quest. It had to be the key to unlocking some hidden story that the anime was building toward. The show even seemed to confirm this. When Ash finally reached the Ilex forest, he met a boy who could hear Celebi's voice. He saw the shrine where Celebi was said to appear, and he still had the GS Ball in his bag. Everything pointed to a dramatic resolution. Ash would present the ball at the shrine, Celebi would appear, and the mystery would finally be solved. But that never happened. The anime moved on. Ash left the Ilex forest, and the GS Ball went with him, still unopened. It appeared in a few more episodes, mostly as a background detail, and then it stopped appearing altogether. No explanation, no resolution, no final scene where the ball was opened or returned or destroyed. It just faded out of the story, as if the writers had simply forgotten it existed. And that's exactly what happened. They did forget, or rather, they abandoned it. Here's what we know now, pieced together from interviews and production history. The GS Ball was never meant to be a mystery in the traditional sense. It was a promotional tie-in. The anime staff wanted to connect the show to the upcoming Pokémon Crystal version, which featured Celebi as a central figure. The plan was to have Ash deliver the GS Ball to a special location where it would unlock a Celebi event. The event required players to use a special item that was only distributed at real-world events, and the anime couldn't reference that distribution directly because the timing didn't line up. So the GS Ball sat in the story, waiting for a payoff that never came. The writers kept it in the background, hoping they'd find a way to use it. But the production schedule moved faster than the planning. The Yoto saga ended and the GS Ball was still unresolved. By the time the next generation started, it was too late. The writers moved on to new stories, and the GS Ball became a loose end. The fans didn't forget though. For years, the GS Ball was one of the most discussed mysteries in the Pokémon fandom. People combed through episodes looking for clues. They theorized about what would have happened if the ball had been opened. They connected it to every possible legendary Pokémon, from Celebi to Ho-Oh to even Mew. The mystery grew so large that it became its own legend, separate from the actual show. And that's the real lesson of the GS Ball. It wasn't a mystery that was designed to be solved. It was a mystery that was created by accident, by a production team that didn't have a plan. The anime introduced the GS Ball as an important mystery object with an unknown destination and purpose. Years of build-up encouraged viewers to predict a connection to Celebi, Chateau mythology, or a hidden legendary quest. But the storyline eventually moved on, leaving the object largely abandoned rather than dramatically resolved. The unanswered GS Ball becomes a case study in how production plans can create canon mysteries by accident. It shows us that not every mystery in Pokémon is intentional. Sometimes the gaps in the story are just gaps. They're the result of deadlines, miscommunication, and changing plans. But that doesn't make them any less fascinating. In fact, it might make them more fascinating, because a mystery that was never meant to be a mystery is the purest kind of mystery. It's not a puzzle with a solution, it's just a hole in the narrative. And we get to fill it with our own imagination. The GS Ball eventually appeared in the games, sort of. In Pokémon Crystal, there was a way to obtain it, but only through a special event that was never released outside of Japan. And even then it didn't do much. It was just an item that sat in your bag with no function. The anime's version was more interesting because it had the weight of a story behind it. But even that story was never told. So what do we do with the GS Ball? We do what we always do with unresolved mysteries. We turn it into a story of our own. We imagine what could have been. We build theories and connections and explanations. And in doing so, we make the mystery more real than it ever was in the actual show. The GS Ball becomes a symbol of all the stories that Pokémon never told, all the threads that were dropped, all the questions that were left unanswered, and there are plenty more where that came from, because the Pokémon franchise is full of these loose ends. Some of them are in the games, hidden in the code or in the maps. Some of them are in the anime, like the GS Ball, abandoned by a production team that moved on, and some of them are in the spaces between. The places where the story doesn't quite line up, and we're left to wonder why. The GS Ball is a reminder that even the most carefully constructed worlds have cracks, and sometimes those cracks are where the most interesting stories live. The GS Ball was a promise that the anime never kept. It sat in a Pokeball-shaped container, passed from Professor Elm to the player, and then to Kurt in Azalea Town, who spent days trying to open it. The whole time, viewers were told this was something important, something tied to Celebi, to time itself, to a story that would eventually unfold, and then it just stopped mattering. The anime moved on to Hoenn, and the GS Ball never came up again. It remains one of the most famous unresolved threads in the franchise, not because it was scary, but because it was a narrative door that simply never opened. But there is another kind of mystery in Pokémon that works in the opposite way. It does not build up for months or promise a payoff. It appears for about 30 seconds, says something strange, and disappears forever. No quest follows. No explanation is offered. And yet, years later, fans are still talking about it. That is the Ghost Girl of Lumiose City. Pokémon X and Y contain a sudden ghostly encounter in Lumiose City that offers no explanation. If you have played those games, you might remember the moment. You are walking through the back alleys of the city, the ones that feel almost abandoned, compared to the bright, crowded streets near the tower. The camera angle shifts slightly. A girl in a white dress is standing there, facing away from you. If you approach her and talk to her, she says a single line. Something like, "This city, it is strange, isn't it?" And then she walks forward into a wall and vanishes. No battle, no item, no follow-up. She is simply gone. The girl appears, delivers an unsettling message, and vanishes without becoming part of a larger quest. That is the entire encounter. There is no hidden side quest in the game files that connects to her. There is no event flag that triggers a second meeting. She is not tied to any legendary Pokémon or any post-game story. She exists in that one moment, in that one alley, and then she is gone. For a franchise that usually rewards curiosity with at least a small payoff, this is almost aggressively anticlimactic, and that is exactly why it's stuck with people. Fans have connected her to the city's strange architecture, the player's missing backstory, and possible future content. The theory started almost immediately after the games launched in late 2013. Some pointed out that Lumiose City is built on a grid that does not quite make sense, with alleys that loop in on themselves and streets that seem to lead nowhere. The Ghost Girl appears in one of those dead ends, which feels intentional. Others connected her to the player character, who arrives in Lumiose at the start of the game with no clear memory of why they moved there. The player is supposed to be staying with their aunt, but the game never explains where their parents are, or what happened before the story begins. The Ghost Girl, some argued, might be a reflection of that missing history, a fragment of the player's own past that the game refuses to address. There is also the possibility that she was meant to be something bigger. The development of X and Y was rushed, and there is plenty of evidence that content was cut or scaled back. The games introduced Mega Evolution, but the lore around it feels incomplete. The story of the ultimate weapon, the war 3,000 years ago, and the role of the player character in all of it is vague. Some fans believe the Ghost Girl was part of a larger narrative thread that was removed during development, leaving behind only this single encounter as a remnant. That is speculation. But it is the kind of speculation that feels reasonable when you know how much was left on the cutting room floor in that generation. What makes the Ghost Girl so effective, though, is not the theories. It is the restraint. She does not chase you. She does not appear multiple times. She does not have a creepy theme song or a sudden jump scare. She is just there, and then she is not. In a game that is otherwise bright and colourful, with a city that feels alive and busy, she is a quiet anomaly. The game does not tell you to be afraid. It does not even tell you that anything unusual happened. You just have to notice it yourself. That is a different kind of horror than the one found in creepypasta. The stories about Lavender Town Syndrome and the White Hand rely on exaggeration, on taking something real and stretching it into something terrifying. The Ghost Girl does not need that. She works because she is understated. She works because the game treats her as normal, even though she clearly is not. And she works because she is never explained. Her brief appearance proves that modern Pokémon can still create mystery through a mission, rather than elaborate horror. The franchise has changed a lot since the days of the Game Boy. The graphics are more detailed, the stories are more complex, and the world feels bigger. But the Ghost Girl shows that the old magic is still there. The ability to create a moment that feels out of place, that raises questions the game refuses to answer, that lingers in your memory long after you have put the system down. She is not a ghost story in the traditional sense. She is not even really a story at all. She is a gap, a silence, a small piece of the world that does not fit, and maybe that is why she has endured. In a series that is so often about completion, about catching them all, and filling every corner of the Pokédex, she is a reminder that not everything is meant to be understood. Some things are just there, unexplained, waiting for you to wonder about them. The ghost girl of Lumiose City does not need a quest or a reward. She just needs to exist, just once, in that alley, saying something strange before walking through a wall. And for a lot of players, that was enough. There is a pattern here. If you look at it, the mysteries that last are not the ones with the most elaborate lore or the most terrifying imagery. They are the ones that feel real, that feel like they could have been accidental, that feel like the game is not trying to scare you, but simply forgot to explain itself. The ghost girl fits that pattern perfectly. She is a moment of unintended depth, a crack in the polished surface of a modern game. And cracks like that are rare, but she is not the only one. The franchise has a habit of leaving these small, strange moments scattered through its history. Sometimes they are tied to real-cut content, like the unused Pokémon designs that only exist in leaked development documents. Sometimes they are tied to obscure mechanics, like Mirage Island, which is real but so rare that it feels like a rumor. And sometimes they are tied to nothing at all, just a single image or a single line of dialogue that does not quite fit. The ghost girl is one of those. She is a question without an answer, a mystery without a solution, and in a world where everything is data mined and documented and explained within days of release, that is almost precious. The games have always had this quality, if you know where to look. Even the earliest entries had moments that felt unresolved, details that did not quite add up. The truck by the S, Anne, the ghost Marowak in Pokémon Tower, the strange old man who gives you a Magikarp. These were not mysteries in the grand sense, but they were moments that invited curiosity. The ghost girl is a direct descendant of those moments. She is proof that the tradition is still alive, even in the era of 3D models and online updates. So when you walk through Lumiose City again, and you find yourself in that quiet alley, and you see her standing there, take a moment, talk to her, listen to what she says, watch her walk into the wall, and then keep going, because that is all there is. No hidden item, no secret cutscene, just a girl, a wall, and a question that will never be answered. That is the mystery. That is all it ever was, and somehow that is enough. The ghost girl of Lumiose City was a single fleeting moment, a figure that appeared in a hotel corridor, spoke a few words about a lost Pokémon, and then vanished without a trace. There was no quest attached to her, no item to find, no resolution to the scene. She simply existed for a few seconds, and then was gone, leaving players to wonder if they had actually seen what they thought they saw. That kind of ambiguity is a hallmark of Pokémon's approach to the supernatural, and it reaches its most concentrated form in a building that has been puzzling players since the Generation 4 games. The Old Chateau. The Old Chateau sits in the Eterna Forest, a large, decaying manor that looks like it was pulled straight from a gothic horror novel. The exterior is weathered and dark, with boarded-up windows and a sagging roofline. Inside, the halls are lined with dusty portraits. The furniture is draped in white sheets, and the floors creak with every step. It is one of the few places in the Pokémon world that feels genuinely abandoned, not just empty, but haunted in a way that the game never explicitly confirms. The building combines abandoned rooms, ghostly figures, a suspicious television, and the possibility of a hidden Rotom encounter, all in a space that takes only a few minutes to walk through. And yet, players have spent years trying to make sense of what they find there. The first thing most players notice are the ghosts. As you walk through the Chateau's hallways, you will occasionally see the silhouette of a child or a maid standing at the end of a corridor. They are not trainers, and they do not approach you. They simply stand there, facing away or staring in your direction, and then they vanish when you get too close. These apparitions are not random. They appear in specific rooms and at specific times, which suggests they are deliberate, but the game never tells you who they are, why they are there, or what they want. The silence of the location leaves major events implied rather than explained. And that restraint is exactly what makes the Chateau so unsettling. One of the most discussed figures is the little girl who appears in one of the upstairs bedrooms. She stands in the corner, facing the wall, and if you interact with her, she will turn to face you before disappearing. Some players have reported that she says something, though the text is minimal and ambiguous. Others claim she is connected to the various journals scattered around the house, which describe a family that lived there long ago, but the journals are vague, and the game never ties them directly to the ghosts. You are left to piece together a story that may not even exist in the way you think it does. Then there is the television. In one of the rooms, you will find an old TV set that is turned on, displaying static. If you interact with it, a Rotom will emerge and battle you. This is the only way to encounter Rotom in the game, and it is hidden in a haunted house, which adds a layer of meaning to the encounter. Rotom is an electric-type Pokémon that can possess appliances, and its presence in the Chateau suggests a connection between the building's strange energy and the ghostly phenomena. But again, the game does not explain why Rotom is there, or what it was doing before you arrived. It is just a Pokémon in a haunted house, waiting for someone to find it. Players still debate which apparitions are ghosts, which are visual tricks, and whether the building has a single coherent history. Some believe the child and the maid are the spirits of people who died in the Chateau, perhaps from a fire or a tragedy that the journals hint at but never describe. Others think the ghosts are not real at all, but rather illusions created by Rotom's presence, a kind of psychic interference that makes the house feel haunted, even though it is not. There is also the possibility that the Chateau is simply a leftover from an earlier design, a location that was meant to have a larger role in the story, but was cut down to a simple dungeon with a rare Pokémon at the end. What makes the old Chateau so compelling is that every clue feels deliberate, but none provides a complete answer. The portraits on the walls show people who are never named. The journals describe events that are never resolved. The ghosts appear and disappear without explanation. Even the music, a slow and eerie melody that loops endlessly, seems designed to make you feel like you are being watched. The building is a collection of fragments, and the game refuses to assemble them for you. That refusal is what keeps the mystery alive. There is one detail that stands out above the rest, and it is easy to miss if you are not paying attention. In one of the upstairs rooms, there is a painting of a woman with a distinctive hairstyle. Some players have noticed that this painting resembles a character from another part of the Pokémon world, though the connection is never confirmed. It is the kind of detail that could be a coincidence, an Easter egg, or a clue to a larger narrative that was never fully realized. The ambiguity is the point. The old Chateau does not give you answers. It gives you questions, and it trusts you to live with them. The mystery persists because the game never resolves it. You can catch Rotom, you can walk through every room, you can read every journal, and you will still leave with more questions than answers. The ghosts do not have names. The tragedy that may have occurred there is never described. The connection between the building and the Pokémon that inhabits it is never explained. All you have is the experience of being in that space, feeling the weight of its silence, and wondering what happened there. That kind of unresolved storytelling is rare in Pokémon, which usually explains its mysteries through dialogue, item descriptions, or post-game content. The old Chateau is different. It does not explain anything, and it does not seem to care whether you understand it. This is a place that exists for its own sake, a pocket of unease in a world that is otherwise bright and welcoming, and that is why it has stayed with players for so long. The ghosts of the Chateau are not the only unexplained figures in the Pokémon world. There are other locations where the game introduces a supernatural presence and then leaving the player to wonder what they just witnessed. Some of these are tied to specific events, while others are simply part of the environment, background details that you might not notice unless you are looking for them. The old Chateau is the most concentrated example, but it is not the only one. The same approach to ambiguity appears in other places, in other regions, and it always leaves the same impression, that the Pokémon world is larger and stranger than the games let on, and that some of its secrets are meant to stay buried. The old Chateau leaves you with more questions than answers, and that is exactly the feeling that defines so many of these mysteries. But there is one location in the original games that takes that feeling and turns it into something even stranger, because it actually gives you answers and then takes them away again. The Pokémon Mansion on Cinnabar Island is one of the most important buildings in the entire franchise, and almost nobody talks about it the way they talk about Lavender Town or the truck by the Anne. It is a place where the game hands you the truth, but the truth is incomplete, and that incompleteness has haunted the lore ever since. When you walk into the Pokémon Mansion in red and blue, you are stepping into a building that is already ruined. The roof has collapsed in places, the floors are cracked, and the whole place feels abandoned in a way that most of the game's other buildings do not. There are wild Pokémon inside, which is unusual for a man-made structure, and the layout is a maze of broken rooms and winding hallways. But the real treasure here is not an item or a rare encounter, it is the journals. Scattered throughout the mansion are burned journals, and these are not flavor text. They are the key to understanding one of the biggest mysteries in the entire franchise. The journals tell you that a certain Pokémon was discovered deep in the jungles of Guyana, and that this Pokémon gave birth to a new and powerful being. The entries are written in a clinical, scientific tone, and they describe the process of creating Mewtwo. They confirm that Mew is real, that it was found, and that Mewtwo was engineered from its genetic material. This is a huge moment for the player. You are not hearing a rumor or a legend. You are reading the actual documentation of the event. The burned journals in the Pokémon Mansion confirm that Mew was discovered and Mewtwo was created. That is canon. That is the game telling you directly that the most powerful Pokémon in the original games was not a natural creature. It was made, and the people who made it were right there in that mansion, doing the work. But here is where the mystery begins. The documents reveal an experiment while withholding the identities, motives, and final fates of the researchers. You never learn who these scientists were. You never learn why they decided to create Mewtwo, beyond the simple desire to make something powerful, and you never learn what happened to them. After the experiment was over, the mansion is empty. There are no bodies, no personal effects, no clues about where they went. They simply vanish from the story, leaving behind only their notes and their creation. This is not an accident. The game is deliberately vague here, and that vagueness has fueled decades of speculation. Some fans have tried to fill in the gaps with fan fiction, with theories about Team Rocket's involvement, with elaborate backstories for the scientists, but the games themselves never provide those answers. The researchers are ghosts, present only through their words on the page, and then gone. Later games and films expand the mythology without producing one perfectly consistent account. The first movie gives Mewtwo a more personal origin story, with a scientist named Dr. Fuji, who is shown to be deeply conflicted about what he has done. The anime adds more detail, showing Mewtwo's creation in a laboratory and its escape, but these versions do not line up perfectly with the games. In the games, there is no Dr. Fuji. There is no emotional weight. There is just the journal entry, the cold description of the experiment, and then nothing. And that is the real mystery. The mansion turns a clear origin story into a larger question about what happened before the player arrived. You know the facts. Mew was found. Mewtwo was created. But you do not know the story behind those facts. You do not know who these people were, what they hoped to achieve, or what they thought when their creation turned on them. The mansion is a crime scene without a crime, a laboratory without its scientists, a story with its beginning and end missing. What makes this even stranger is how the games treat the aftermath. Mewtwo is not just a wild Pokémon you happen to find. It is hidden in a cave, deep underground, waiting for the player. It is aware, it is intelligent, and it has clearly been through something traumatic. But the game never explains what happened between the moment of its creation and the moment you meet it. Did it escape? Did it kill its creators? Did it simply outlive them? The game does not say. There is a particular detail in the journals that adds to the unease. One entry mentions that Mew gave birth to the new Pokémon, which is a strange way to describe a genetic experiment. It implies a level of biological reality that the rest of the game does not explore. Mew was not just a source of DNA, it was a parent in some sense. And Mewtwo was not just a clone, it was a child in some sense. But the journal does not dwell on this. It moves on to the next observation, and the next, until the entries stop. And that is the thing that sticks with you. The journals do not end with a conclusion. They do not end with a warning or a final thought. They just stop. The last entry is about the experiment, and then there is nothing. The mansion is silent. The scientists are gone. And the only evidence that any of it happened is the burned paper in your bag and the creature waiting in the cave below. This is the kind of mystery that the franchise has never really resolved. And maybe that is for the best. A clear answer would take away the weight of the question. The missing history of Mewtwo's creation is not a bug in the storytelling. It is the point. The game wants you to feel like you have stumbled onto something you were not meant to see. A fragment of a larger story that has already ended. You are not the hero who solves the mystery. You are the archaeologist who finds the ruins and has to imagine what the city looked like before it fell. The Pokémon Mansion is often overlooked in discussions of the franchise's darker moments, but it deserves a place alongside Lavender Town and the old Chateau. It is a place where the game's usual cheerfulness gives way to something colder and more clinical. There is no music that haunts you here, no ghostly apparitions, just the silence of a building that was once full of purpose and is now full of dust. And in that silence, the story of Mewtwo becomes something you have to piece together yourself. The films and later games have tried to fill in the gaps, but they have never managed to create a single version of events that satisfies everyone. The Mewtwo of the anime is different from the Mewtwo of the games. The Dr. Fuji of the movie is different from the nameless researchers of the journal, and the mansion itself remains the only source of the original story. A story that is told in fragments and then abandoned. What happened to the researchers? That is the question that no one can answer. They could have been killed by Mewtwo. They could have escaped. They could have simply left the island and never looked back. The game does not care about them. They are not characters. They are plot devices, the unseen hands that created the monster you have to catch. And yet, their absence is felt every time you read those journal entries. The mansion turns a clear origin story into a larger question about what happened before the player arrived. And that question is more interesting than any answer the games could provide. It is the kind of mystery that makes you wonder about the world beyond the screen, the lives of the people who existed before you walked into the room. It is a reminder that the Pokémon world is not just a collection of routes and gyms. It is a place with a history, and that history is not always pleasant. As you leave the mansion and make your way to the cave where Mewtwo waits, you carry that history with you. You know what was done. You know who was involved, even if you do not know their names. And you know that the creature you are about to face is not just a powerful opponent. It is a victim, a survivor, and a mystery that the games will never fully explain. The burned journals are the only record of its birth, and they are incomplete. And maybe that is the most honest way to tell a story about something that was never meant to exist in the first place. The burned journals in the Pokémon Mansion tell us just enough to know that Mewtwo was created. but they leave the people behind the experiment as shadows. We know a scientist discovered Mew deep in the jungles of Guyana. We know that the same scientist, or someone working alongside him, used Mew's genetic material to engineer the most powerful Pokémon ever conceived. But we never learn the scientist's name. We never learn what happened to him after the project succeeded. The journals end mid-thought, as if the writer simply stopped recording, and the game never returns to that thread. It is a deliberate gap, a hole in the record that invites speculation without ever offering confirmation. And that pattern of giving us just enough detail to feel the shape of something larger while withholding the full picture carries forward into the next generation of games in a much smaller, quieter object. Pokémon X and Y introduce a mysterious souvenir from a distant region that the games never fully identify. You receive it early in your journey, a small trinket handed over by a traveller who mentions that it came from somewhere far away. That is almost all the game tells you. The item sits in your bag, its description reading simply that it is a souvenir from a distant region. There is no quest attached to it, no NPC who recognizes it, no moment where it unlocks a hidden event or triggers a special encounter. It is just there, an object that exists in your inventory with no purpose and no explanation. And yet, because Pokémon games rarely include items that serve no function at all, players immediately began to wonder what it was for. The souvenir's design only deepens the confusion. It is a small carved figure, roughly humanoid in shape, with a round head and a patterned body. The craftsmanship suggests something handmade, possibly ceremonial. The kind of object you might find in a museum display case or a market stall in a region untouched by modern technology. But which region? That is where the interpretations diverge. Some players pointed to the Alola region, which would not be introduced until Pokémon Sun and Moon, noting that the souvenir's angular patterns resemble the geometric motifs found in Alolan architecture and traditional clothing. Others suggested it came from the Kalos region itself, perhaps from a remote village or an ancient ruin that the games never let us visit. Still others looked further back, connecting the figure to the Unova region, where certain legendary Pokémon are associated with ancient civilizations and lost temples. The design is vague enough to support all of these theories, and specific enough to feel intentional, as if the developers wanted us to argue about it. The most popular theory, though, ties the souvenir to a specific Pokémon. The figure's rounded head and stout body bear a passing resemblance to a certain mythical creature, one that has never been formally introduced in any mainline game. Fans noticed the similarity almost immediately and began to speculate that the souvenir was a crude representation of that Pokémon, a regional artifact carved in its likeness by people who revered it as a deity. This theory gained traction because it fit a pattern. Pokémon games often hide references to unreleased or unannounced creatures in their environments, and the souvenir seemed like exactly the kind of subtle teaser that Game Freak might plant years in advance. The problem is that no such Pokémon has ever appeared. The souvenir remains a souvenir, a decorative object with no hidden function and no confirmed connection to any living creature. Later regional world building gives fans more clues, but no definitive explanation for its origin. When Pokémon Sun and Moon introduced the Alola region, players immediately noticed that the souvenir's design shared visual language with the region's indigenous culture. Alola is heavily inspired by the Hawaiian Islands, and its people have a deep connection to the land, the sea, and the guardian deities that watch over their home. The souvenir's carved patterns and earthy tones fit naturally into that aesthetic, and some fans took this as confirmation that the object had come from Alola all along. But the games never say this. No character in Sun and Moon recognizes the souvenir. No item description references it. The connection is purely visual, a matter of resemblance rather than explicit statement, and that ambiguity is exactly what keeps the mystery alive. If the games had confirmed the souvenir's origin, it would have become a piece of trivia a footnote in the lore. Instead, because they left it unresolved, it became a topic of endless debate. There is also the question of the souvenir's purpose. In most Pokémon games, items fall into clear categories. Some are used in battle, some are held by Pokémon to grant passive effects, and some are key items that advance the story. The souvenir is none of these. It cannot be used, held, or sold. It simply sits in your bag, taking up space, waiting for a moment that never comes. This is unusual, and it is what separates the souvenir from other decorative items in the series. Most useless items are either jokes or references, objects that exist to make players smile or to nod at a piece of franchise history. The souvenir feels different. It feels like a fragment of a larger story that was cut or postponed, a piece of a puzzle that never got its missing parts, and that sense of incompleteness is what makes it so compelling. The object demonstrates how a single decorative item can create a mystery larger than its narrative importance. In terms of game design, the souvenir is almost nothing. It has no mechanical function, no story significance, and no lasting impact on the player's journey. You could play through all of Pokémon X and Y without ever thinking about it, and you would miss nothing. But because it exists, because it was placed in the game with care and intention, it becomes a window into a larger world that we only glimpse. The souvenir suggests that there are places beyond the map, cultures we have never seen, and Pokémon we have never met. It hints at a history that the games have not yet told, and in doing so, it turns a simple trinket into one of the most enduring mysteries in the franchise. This is not an accident. Game Freak has always been skilled at using small details to build a sense of depth, to make their worlds feel larger than what the player can directly experience. The souvenir is a perfect example of that technique. It is a single object that opens up dozens of questions. Where was it made? Who carved it? What does it represent? Why was it given to us? The games never answer any of these questions, and that is precisely why we keep asking them. The mystery is the point. The souvenir is not a puzzle to be solved, but a reminder that the Pokémon world is full of things we do not understand. Corners of the map that have not been explored, and stories that have not been told. As the series has continued, the souvenir has never been referenced again. It does not appear in any subsequent game, and no character ever mentions it. It remains a relic of the Kalos era, a small piece of that region's mystery that was never resolved. And perhaps that is fitting. Some mysteries are best left unexplained, not because they are unsolvable, but because the questions they raise are more interesting than any answer could be. The souvenir is a quiet object, a silent witness to a story that we will never fully know, and in a franchise that is often loud, colourful, and eager to explain itself, that silence is rare and precious. It is the same quality that defines so many of the best Pokémon mysteries. The Ghost Girl in Lumiose City, the old Chateau's watching eyes, the burned journals in the Pokémon Mansion, all of them share a common thread. They give us just enough to wonder and not enough to know. They are fragments of a larger narrative that exists only in our imagination, and that is what makes them endure. The souvenir is no different. It is a small object with a big shadow, a mystery that has outlived the games that introduced it, and will likely continue to puzzle players for years to come. And as we move forward, looking at the other strange artifacts and unexplained phenomena that the Pokémon world has left in its wake, it is worth remembering that sometimes the smallest details hold the deepest secrets. The Strange Souvenir left us holding a small, carved object with no explanation, a fragment of a much larger world that the games chose not to show us. It was a reminder that Pokémon often gives us artifacts without context, objects that feel meaningful, precisely because their meaning is withheld. And that is exactly the feeling that surrounds one of the most elaborate hidden quests in the entire franchise. A quest that asks players to learn an entire writing system just to open a door. The Regi quest hides instructions in Braille, unusual ocean routes, and a sealed chamber beneath Hoenn. It is a puzzle that spans the entire region, requiring players to decode messages that are not written in any language spoken by the characters in the game. Instead, the game expects you, the player, to recognize a real-world tactile writing system for the blind and visually impaired, and to use it to decipher the secrets of 3 ancient Pokémon. It is one of the few times the games break the fourth wall in a mechanical sense, demanding knowledge from outside the cartridge itself. The journey begins with a simple but cryptic encounter. In a small house on an island off the coast of Hoenn, you find a man who speaks in fragments. He tells you about Pokémon that slumber in stone, and he gives you a key that looks more like a piece of a puzzle than a tool. The key is called the Braille Key, and its name is the first hint that the game is about to ask something unusual of you. From that point forward, the quest becomes a matter of translation. You travel to a deserted island, accessible only by surfing across a stretch of ocean that seems deliberately empty. The island holds a cave, and inside that cave, carved into the walls, are patterns of raised dots. If you have never seen Braille before, these patterns mean nothing. But if you have, or if you are willing to look it up, you will find that the game has hidden a message in plain sight. The walls of the cave spell out instructions, and those instructions tell you exactly what to do next. The first message tells you to use strength outside a specific cave, and when you do, a hidden entrance opens in the rock. Inside, you find a chamber with a stone slab, and on that slab is another Braille message. This one tells you to fly to a specific route and use a specific move in a specific spot. The sequence is long and exacting, and every step requires you to interpret another carved message. It is not a quest that rewards brute force or exploration in the traditional sense. It rewards literacy. Players must interpret a forgotten writing system to awaken ancient Pokémon whose purpose remains unclear. The 3 Pokémon you eventually awaken are Regirock, Regis and Registeel, and each one is sealed behind its own door, each door opened by a different Braille message. Regirock waits in a desert cave, where the message tells you to walk 2 steps left and 2 steps down from a specific point, then use strength. Regis waits on an island in the middle of a freezing ocean current, where the message tells you to wait in one spot without moving for 2 minutes. Registeel waits in a dusty cave, where the message tells you to use flash in the center of the room, even though the room is already lit. Each of these puzzles is strange in its own way. The 2-minute wait for Regis is particularly unusual because it asks you to do nothing at all. Just stand still and let the game clock tick. It is a moment of stillness in a game that is otherwise about constant movement and action. And each time you solve one of these puzzles, you are rewarded with a confrontation, not with a story. The Pokémon do not speak. They do not explain themselves. They simply awaken and fight. The inscriptions suggest a migration, a deliberate sealing, and a creator who is never directly named. The Braille messages scattered across Hoenn are not just instructions for the player, they are also fragments of a narrative, a story told by whoever built these chambers. One message speaks of 3 Pokémon that came from a distant place, and another speaks of a seal that was placed to keep something contained. The language is sparse and functional, but it implies a history. Someone, or something, brought these Pokémon to Hoenn and then locked them away. The messages never say why, and they never say who did it. Later games would add more details, but even those details only deepen the mystery. In Pokémon Ruby and Sapphire, there is no explicit explanation for who created the Regi chambers. In Pokémon Emerald, the story expands slightly, revealing that the 3 Regi Pokémon were created by a being called Regigigas, a Pokémon said to have moved continents by tying ropes around them. But Regigigas itself is never fully explained either. It is a Pokémon that exists in myth, mentioned in passing, and its connection to the sealed chambers is implied rather than stated. The creator is never directly named in the original quest, and even when later games offer a name, they do not offer a motive. The mystery lies in whether the chamber preserves history, conceals a threat, or simply disguises a puzzle. That is the question that has kept this quest alive in fan discussions for decades. On one hand, the chambers could be a museum, a deliberate preservation of ancient Pokémon for reasons that made sense to whoever built them. On the other hand, the word seal suggests containment, a warning that these Pokémon were locked away because they were dangerous. And on a third hand, the entire quest could simply be a game mechanic, a way to give players a challenging and memorable experience without any deeper narrative intent. What makes the Regi quest so compelling is that the game refuses to answer that question. It gives you the tools to solve the puzzle, but it never gives you the context to understand why the puzzle exists. You awaken 3 ancient Pokémon, you catch them, and you move on. There is no cutscene explaining their origin. There is no NPC who knows their history. The only information you have is the Braille itself, and the Braille is mostly instructional. It tells you what to do, not why you are doing it. The unusual ocean routes are part of the experience as well. To reach some of the Regi locations, you have to navigate currents that push you in specific directions, and you have to time your movements carefully to avoid being swept off course. These routes are not difficult in the traditional sense, but they are deliberate. They force you to pay attention to the environment in a way that most of Hoenn does not require. The game is telling you, without words, that this part of the world is different. It is set apart, not just geographically but tonally. There is also a strange detail about the Regi Pokémon themselves. Their design is unlike almost anything else in the franchise. They are made of rock, ice, and steel, but they are not animals or creatures in the usual sense. They look like constructs, artificial beings assembled from raw materials. Their faces are simple arrangements of dots, almost like a Braille cell themselves. Some fans have pointed out that the pattern of dots on each Regi's face could be read as a letter in Braille, and that those letters might correspond to something meaningful, but the games never confirm this, and the interpretation remains speculative. The quest also has a hidden layer that only emerges when you have caught all 3 Regi Pokémon. In Pokémon Emerald, bringing all 3 to a specific location opens a new chamber, one that contains Regigigas. But even this final reward does not come with an explanation. Regigigas is simply there, sleeping, and when you wake it, it fights you like any other legendary Pokémon. It does not speak. It does not offer a story. It is just another piece of the puzzle. A piece that suggests the puzzle is larger than you thought, but still does not tell you what the puzzle is for. The Regi quest is often cited as one of the best examples of environmental storytelling in the Pokémon franchise, but it is also one of the most opaque. It trusts the player to find meaning in the absence of explanation, and it rewards patience and attention rather than combat or collection. It is a quest that respects the player's intelligence, but it also leaves that intelligence to wander without a map. Some fans have tried to fill in the gaps. They have theorized that the Regi Pokémon were created as weapons, sealed away after a war that is never mentioned in the games. Others have suggested that they are guardians placed to protect something that lies beneath Hoenn, and that the chambers are not prisons but sentry posts. Still others have argued that the entire quest is a meta-commentary on the nature of puzzles themselves, a reminder that not every mystery in a game needs to be solved to be appreciated, but the games themselves remain silent. The Braille messages are the only voice in the chamber, and they speak only in instructions. They tell you where to stand, when to wait, and what moves to use. They never tell you why the instructions exist, who wrote them, or what the writers hoped would happen when someone finally followed them. The creator is absent, the purpose is unclear, and the history is fragmentary. And that is exactly what makes the Regi sealed chamber one of the most enduring mysteries in Pokémon. It is not a rumor or a creepypasta. It is a real, fully implemented part of the game. A quest that every player can complete and still feel like they have missed something. It is a mystery that is not solved by catching the Pokémon or reading the messages. It is a mystery that remains a mystery, even after you have done everything the game asks of you. The chamber beneath Hoenn is not just a location, it is a question. And like so many questions in Pokémon, it is a question that the games are content to leave unanswered. The sealed doors, the carved messages, the ancient Pokémon that wake and fight without a word, they all point to a history that exists just outside the frame of the game. You can feel its weight, but you cannot see it. That feeling of a story that is almost there, just beyond the edge of what the game is willing to show you, is not unique to the Regi quest. It appears again and again throughout the franchise, in different forms and different regions. Sometimes it is a ghost in a city, sometimes it is a ball that never opens, and sometimes it is a souvenir from a place that does not exist on any map. But it is always the same feeling. The games give you just enough to know that there is more, and then they stop. And that is where the mystery lives, not in the answers, but in the silence that follows the questions. The Regi chambers are one of the clearest expressions of that silence, a place where the game deliberately withholds everything except the bare mechanics of the puzzle. It is a space that invites interpretation, and it is a space that never confirms or denies any of it. It just waits, sealed beneath the ocean, holding its ancient Pokémon and its unspoken history, ready for the next player to come looking for answers that were never there to begin with. The Regi quest in Hoenn asked players to read a language that no one in the game could translate, to sail through invisible routes, and to press their way through a sealed chamber beneath the ocean. It was a puzzle built on patience and observation, and it rewarded those who paid attention with 3 ancient golems, whose origins were never fully explained. But as mysterious as the Regi were, they were not the only ancient beings tied to a forgotten past. There was another event, hidden in a different region entirely, that connected the creation myth of Sinjoh to the old towers of Chateau, and at the centre of it all was an egg. The Sinjoh Ruins event was never a permanent part of any mainline Pokémon game. It existed as a one-time distribution, a special encounter that players could only access if they had the right legendary Pokémon on their save file and a specific event item. The location itself was tucked away in a corner of Chateau, near the border between that region and Sinjoh. In the games, the ruins appeared as a small circular chamber with a stone floor marked by a large, glowing pattern. The atmosphere was quiet, almost reverent, as if the place itself was waiting for something. And in a way, it was. To trigger the event, players needed to bring Arceus, the Pokémon said to have shaped the universe, to the ruins. Arceus was obtained through another special distribution, and once it was in the player's party, the ruins responded. The event unfolded in a way that felt less like a standard game mechanic and more like a ritual. Arceus would stand at the centre of the chamber, and the floor beneath it would begin to glow. Then, in a flash of light, the Pokémon would create an egg. Not just any egg, but one that contained a major legendary Pokémon. Depending on certain conditions, that egg could hatch into a member of the creation trio, Dialga, Palkia, or Giratina, the very beings that Arceus was said to have brought into existence in Sinjoh's mythology. The Sinjoh Ruins event allows Arceus to produce an egg containing a major legendary Pokémon, and that alone would have been enough to make it memorable. But the setting raised questions that the games never answered. The ruins were in Chateau, not Sinjoh. The architecture did not match any other building in the region, and the symbols on the floor were unlike anything seen elsewhere in the games. The event implied a connection between Sinjoh's creation deity and Johto's ancient ruins, but it never explained who built the site or why Arceus would choose this particular place to perform such an act. The ruins simply existed, a silent monument to something that was never described. What made the event even more striking was its structure. It was a one-time event, meaning that once a player completed it, they could not do it again on the same save file. The egg was a single reward, and after the event concluded, the ruins returned to their quiet, empty state. There was no ongoing quest, no repeated battles, no lingering mystery to solve. The encounter felt like a fragment of a much larger story, a single scene cut from a longer narrative that the games never showed. Players were left with the egg, the memory of the event, and a host of unanswered questions about the ruins themselves. Fans have spent years debating what the Sinjoh ruins were meant to represent. Some argue that the ruins reveal forgotten mythology, a piece of the Pokémon world's history that was deliberately left vague to preserve a sense of wonder. The connection between Arceus and Chateau could suggest that the region had a role in the creation myth that was never fully explored. Perhaps a place where the ancient people who worshipped Arceus built a shrine to honor the deity. The presence of the egg, and the fact that it could contain any of the 3 creation Pokémon, might imply that the ruins were a site of great power. A place where the boundaries between dimensions were thin enough for such a miracle to occur. Others see the event as something simpler, an ambitious, promotional crossover designed to tie together the then current generation of games with the ones that came before. The event was distributed during the era of Pokémon Heart Gold and Soul Silver, games that were themselves remakes of the Johto titles. By allowing players to obtain a legendary Pokémon from Sinjoh in a Johto setting, the event served as a bridge between the 2 regions, encouraging players to engage with both sets of games. From this perspective, the ruins were less about lore and more about marketing, a way to create excitement around the release of new titles, while rewarding players who had participated in previous events. The debate between these 2 interpretations has never been resolved, and it likely never will be. The games themselves offer no clarification. There is no NPC who explains the ruins, no book or tablet that describes their purpose, no hidden text that reveals who built them. The ruins simply are, and that ambiguity is part of what makes them so compelling. They stand as a reminder that the Pokémon world is larger than the games show, that there are places and stories that exist just beyond the edge of what players can see. For those who experience the event, the memory of it lingers. The quiet chamber, the glowing floor, the moment when Arceus created something new. It all felt significant, even if the significance was never explained. The egg itself was a tangible reward, but the real prize was the sense of having witnessed something rare and unexplained. It was a moment that existed outside the normal flow of the games, a brief glimpse into a mystery that was never meant to be solved. And that is perhaps the most fitting way to think about the Sinjoh ruins. They are not a puzzle to be cracked or a secret to be uncovered. They are a fragment, a piece of a larger story that was never told. The ruins imply a connection between 2 regions, between a deity and a place, between the act of creation and the silence of an empty chamber. But they never explain what that connection means. They leave that to the player, to the imagination, to the quiet speculation that has kept the event alive in the minds of fans for years. The Sinjoh ruins are not the only example of a mystery that exists at the edges of the Pokémon world. There are other places, other events, other moments that feel similarly incomplete. Some are tied to specific games, others to the broader mythology of the franchise, but they all share a common quality. They invite questions that have no clear answers, and those questions, once asked, tend to linger. They become part of the experience of playing the games, a layer of meaning that exists alongside the main story. The ruins are one such place, a quiet corner of the map where the game's usual rules do not quite apply, and the mystery they represent is one that players will likely continue to discuss for as long as the games are played. The Sinjoh ruins left us standing before a circle of ancient stones, watching a god hand over an egg as if it were the most ordinary thing in the world. But the ruins themselves never explained who built them, or why they knew how to channel the power of Arceus. That kind of silence is typical of Pokémon's oldest stories. They give you just enough to feel the weight of something significant, then leave you to wonder about the details. And there is no better example of that than the tragedy waiting at the top of Pokémon Tower. If you played the original Red and Blue, you remember the moment. You climb through floor after floor of ghostly encounters, using the Sylph scope to reveal what the spirits really are. And then you reach the top. There, in the dim light of the tower's highest chamber, you find a Marowak, but it is not alive. It is a ghost, and it will not let you pass. The only way forward is to defeat it, and when you do, you learn the truth, that Marowak was killed by Team Rocket while trying to protect its child. The child, of course, is the Cubone you may have already caught earlier in the game, and that Cubone is wearing the skull of its mother. The game confirms the tragedy, but leaves the nature of the ghost, the skull, and Cubone's identity disturbingly ambiguous. We know the Marowak died. We know it was protecting its offspring, but we never learn how the skull came to be worn. We never see the moment of death. We never hear the mother speak. The ghost simply exists, blocking your path, and once it is defeated, it vanishes. There is no reconciliation scene, no reunion between the Cubone and its mother's spirit. The game just moves on, and you are left with a Pokémon in your party that carries its dead parent on its head for the rest of the adventure. That image is haunting enough on its own, but the Pokédex entries push it further. Every generation that includes Cubone repeats the same basic idea. The entry from Red and Blue says Cubone wears the skull of its dead mother. Later entries add that it cries at night, that the sound echoes through the mountains, that it never removes the skull, because it cannot bear to part with its mother's memory. Some entries even suggest that when Cubone evolves into Marowak, it finally comes to terms with its loss. But here is the strange part. The Pokédex says this about every Cubone, not just the one in Pokémon Tower. Every single Cubone you have ever caught in any game is supposedly mourning its dead mother. That raises a question that the games never answers. Is this pattern literal or symbolic? Are we supposed to believe that every Cubone in the world has lost its mother? That would mean the species is defined by a universal tragedy, that every single Cubone is an orphan. That is a grim thought. And it becomes even stranger when you consider how Cubone reproduces. If every Cubone is an orphan, then where do new Cubone come from? Do Marowak ever raise their young? The games never show a Cubone with a living mother. The anime occasionally shows Marowak and Cubone together, but the games are consistent. The skull is always there. The mourning is always implied. Some fans have tried to explain this by suggesting that the skull is not actually from the mother. Maybe it is a helmet, or a ceremonial mask, or a relic from some ancient ancestor. But the games are pretty clear. The skull belongs to the mother. The Pokédex says so. And yet, if every Cubone wears its mother's skull, then every Cubone mother must be dead. That creates a paradox. How does the species continue? The games never address this. They just leave it there, a quiet contradiction at the heart of one of the most beloved Pokémon designs. The mystery survives because later games repeat and soften the idea without ever fully resolving it. In later generations, the Pokédex entries become a little less direct. Some say Cubone wears the skull of its deceased mother, but others say it wears a skull it found, or that it cries because it is lonely, or that it remembers its mother's face. The tragedy is still present, but it is diluted. The sharp edge of the original story is worn down, and yet the image never quite goes away. Cubone remains one of the most tragic Pokémon in the franchise, and Pokémon Tower remains one of the most memorable locations in any game. What makes it so unsettling is not just the death, it is the ambiguity. The ghost of Marowak appears, but we never know if it is truly the spirit of the mother, or if it is some lingering echo created by the tower's strange energy. The tower itself is a place where ghosts gather, but the games never explain why. Is it a graveyard, a shrine, a place where spirits naturally congregate? The answer is never given, and the Cubone that wears the skull, the one you can catch and carry with you, never reacts to the ghost. There is no special scene, no moment of recognition. You defeat the mother's spirit, and the child just stands there in your party, silent. That silence is what makes the mystery endure. If the game had given us a clear answer, if the Cubone had cried out or the ghost had acknowledged its child, the story would feel complete, but it does not. The game confirms the tragedy, but it leaves the nature of the ghost, the skull, and Cubone's identity disturbingly ambiguous. We are left to wonder, is the Cubone we caught the same one that lost its mother in the tower? Or is it just another Cubone, wearing another mother's skull, carrying a grief that has nothing to do with the ghost we just fought? The game never tells us, and because it never tells us, we keep asking. The Pokédex entries suggest that every Cubone mourns a dead mother, and that raises questions about whether the pattern is literal or symbolic. Maybe the skull is not meant to be taken literally. Maybe it is a symbol of loss, a way of saying that every Cubone carries the weight of its past. Or maybe the games are just being lazy, reusing the same tragic backstory for every Cubone without thinking about the implications. But even that explanation feels unsatisfying. The story is too specific, too strange to be an accident. There is also the question of the ghost itself. In the original games, the ghost of Marowak is not just a story, it is an obstacle. You have to fight it. And when you do, you are not given a choice. You cannot spare it. You cannot communicate with it. You just defeat it and it disappears. Some players have wondered if that means the mother's spirit is finally at peace. Others have wondered if you are just destroying it, adding another layer of tragedy to an already tragic story. The game does not clarify. It just moves on, leaving you to sit with the discomfort. Later games try to soften the blow. In Pokémon Let's Go, the ghost of Marowak is still there, but the scene is slightly different. You still fight it, but the tone is less harsh. In other games, Cubone's story is referenced but not replayed. The mystery survives because later games repeat and soften the idea without ever fully resolving it. They keep the tragedy, but they sand down the edges. They make it more palatable. But the original version, the one from Red and Blue, still carries the full weight of the ambiguity. That ambiguity is what makes Cubone and the ghost of Marowak one of the most enduring mysteries in Pokémon. It is not a rumour. It is not a creepypasta. It is right there in the game, confirmed and unexplained. The tragedy is real, but the details are missing. We know the mother died. We know the child wears her skull, but we do not know why the ghost lingers, or what the skull truly means, or whether every Cubone shares the same fate. The game gives us just enough to feel the loss, and then it leaves us alone with our questions. And that is the pattern that runs through so many of Pokémon's strangest moments. The games are full of ghosts and graves and abandoned buildings, places that suggest a history without explaining it. The old Chateau has its watching eyes, the Pokémon Mansion has its burned journals, and Pokémon Tower has its mourning spirit. Each one offers a glimpse of something darker, something unresolved, and then steps back. The mystery survives, because the games never close the door completely. They leave it open just a crack, and we keep peering through, trying to see what is on the other side. The ghost of Marowak fades, but the questions it leaves behind don't disappear with it. If a Pokémon's spirit can linger in a tower, if a child can wear the skull of its own mother without the game ever explaining the mechanics of that horror, then what else is the Pokédex hiding in plain sight? Because that little red book, the one that supposedly exists to catalogue every Pokémon in the world, is not the reliable scientific document it pretends to be. In fact, the more you read it, the more you realise it might be one of the most unreliable narrators in all of fiction. Pokédex descriptions claim that some Pokémon weigh impossibly little, move at impossible speeds, or generate catastrophic energy. And these aren't just minor exaggerations. These are statements that defy the laws of physics, biology, and common sense. Take the case of Ghastly, for example. According to the Pokédex, Ghastly is a gas Pokémon, and its weight is listed as 1/10 of a kilogram. That's about 100 grams. A slice of bread weighs more than that, and yet Ghastly can poison a grown adult, phase through solid walls, and apparently exists as a cloud of toxic vapor. The Pokédex tells us it's composed of poison gas, which is fine, but then it also says it can be blown away by a strong wind. So how does a creature that weighs less than a sandwich survive a thunderstorm? How does it even stay together? The entry doesn't explain. It just states the number as if it were measured in a lab, as if some researcher actually placed a ghastly on a scale and watched the needle barely move. And then there's the speed problem. Several Pokémon are described as moving faster than sound, faster than light, or simply at speeds that would turn their own bodies into plasma. Electrode, for instance, is said to explode at any moment, and its Pokédex entry claims it stores vast amounts of electrical energy inside its body, but it's also described as incredibly fast, capable of rolling at speeds that are hard to track. The anime shows Electrode rolling around like a giant beach ball, but the games list its base speed stat of 150, which is high, but not impossibly so. The contradiction appears when you read the entry for Ninjask, which says it moves so fast it's nearly invisible. That's a real claim. Ninjask is described as flying so quickly that its wings become a blur, and it can't be seen by the naked eye. If that were true, then Ninjask would be breaking the sound barrier every time it flapped its wings, and the resulting shockwave would destroy the forest around it. But in the games, Ninjask is just a fast bug. In the anime, it's a slightly annoying insect that buzzes around. The Pokédex says one thing, and everything else shows another. Then you have the catastrophic energy claims. Magcargo is a classic example. The Pokédex says its body temperature is approximately 18,000 degrees Fahrenheit. That's hotter than the surface of the sun. If that were accurate, Magcargo would vaporize everything within a mile of it. It would melt the ground it stands on, boil the ocean, and turn any trainer who got close into ash. But in the games, Magcargo is just a fire and rock type with decent defense. In the anime, it's a friendly slug that sometimes appears in contests. The Pokédex entry is so absurd that it's become a running joke in the community. But the game never addresses the discrepancy. It just states the number, and you're supposed to accept it. These contradictions appear between game data, anime behavior, artwork, and regional descriptions, and they're not rare. The Pokédex will tell you that a Pokémon is 7 feet tall and weighs 4 pounds, and then the sprite in the game will show it towering over the player character. The anime will show the same Pokémon being held in a child's arms. The artwork will depict it as a massive beast, and the regional variants, introduced in later generations, sometimes change the entries entirely, offering new descriptions that contradict the original ones. The Alolan forms, the Galarian forms, the Shizian forms. They all come with their own Pokédex entries, and those entries sometimes tell completely different stories about the same species. It's as if the Pokédex isn't a single document, but a collection of folklore written by different people in different regions, each with their own biases and misunderstandings. Some entries read like scientific records, while others resemble campfire stories written by unreliable observers. Consider the entry for Drifloon. The Pokédex says it carries away children. That's not a metaphor. It literally says that Drifloon grabs hold of children and takes them to the afterlife. The entry for the Galarian version says it's stuffed with the souls of people and Pokémon. That's not a scientific observation. That's a ghost story. But the Pokédex presents it with the same clinical tone as it uses for a Pokémon's height and weight. It's as if the game is blending two genres, the field guide and the fairy tale, and the player is left to decide which one is true. Then you have entries that are clearly based on superstition rather than observation. Frostless is said to be a Pokémon that was once a woman who got lost in the mountains. The Pokédex doesn't say it resembles a woman or that it's inspired by a legend. It says it was a woman. Similarly, Yamask is said to carry a mask that is the face of a person it once was. If it loses the mask, it cries. These are not biological facts. These are myths. But the Pokédex records them without any skepticism. It doesn't say, according to local legend, or some researchers believe. It just states them as truth. And that raises the unresolved question of whether the Pokédex is documenting reality, exaggerating folklore, or deliberately misleading children. Because the Pokédex is in universe, a device given to young trainers. In the games, You receive it from Professor Oak when you're 10 years old. It's meant to be an educational tool, but if it's filled with entries that are impossible, contradictory, or outright supernatural, then what is it actually teaching? Is it teaching children to question what they read? Is it teaching them that the world is full of mysteries that can't be explained? Or is it simply lying to them, presenting folklore as fact and fact as folklore, until the two become indistinguishable? There's a theory that the Pokédex entries are written by the professors themselves, and that they're based on limited data. After all, the Pokédex only fills in an entry when you catch a Pokémon. That means the data is coming from a single captured specimen, observed in an artificial environment. If you catch a Magcargo and weigh it, you might get a number that's off. If you measure its temperature, you might get a reading that's exaggerated. But that doesn't explain the entries that describe behaviour, like Drifloon carrying off children, or Phantump being the spirit of a child who died in the forest. Those aren't measurements, those are stories, and stories require a storyteller. Maybe the Pokédex is written by the Pokémon themselves. There's a theory that the entries are self-reported, that each Pokémon somehow communicates its own description to the device. That would explain why they're so dramatic. A Magcargo might want to sound impressive, so it claims to be hotter than the sun. A Drifloon might want to be feared, so it claims to steal children. A Ninjask might want to be respected, so it claims to move faster than the eye can see. But that theory falls apart when you consider that Pokémon like Magikarp have entries that are brutally honest about how useless they are. Magikarp's entry says it's so weak that it can only flop around. That doesn't sound like self-promotion. Another theory is that the Pokédex is a historical document compiled over centuries, and that it includes entries from ancient times that were written by people who didn't understand what they were seeing. That would explain why some entries are so mythological. The people who first encountered Drifloon might have genuinely believed it was a ghost, and that belief got recorded in the Pokédex. Later researchers might have kept the entry because they didn't have better data. The result is a document that mixes empirical observation with ancient superstition, and no one has ever bothered to clean it up. But there's a darker possibility. What if the Pokédex is deliberately misleading children? What if the entries are designed to keep trainers from asking too many questions? If you're 10 years old and you read that a Pokémon is hotter than the sun, you're not going to get Cloet. If you read that a Pokémon carries off children, you're going to be afraid of it. The Pokédex might be a tool of control, using fear and wonder to shape how trainers interact with the world. It tells you what to believe, and you believe it, because it's presented as science, but it's not science. It's a collection of stories, and some of those stories are lies. The contradiction between the Pokédex and the actual behaviour of Pokémon is most visible in the anime. In the games, the Pokédex is just text. In the anime, you see the Pokémon in action, and the two rarely match. The anime shows Charizard breathing fire that can melt steel, but it also shows Charizard being defeated by a water gun. The games say Alakazam has an IQ of 5,000, but the anime shows Alakazam being outsmarted by a 10-year-old. Games say Machamp can throw 1,000 punches in 2 seconds, but the anime shows Machamp throwing maybe 3 punches in the same time. The anime is not bound by the Pokédex, and the Pokédex is not bound by reality. They exist in separate worlds, and the only connection between them is the player's imagination. And then there's the artwork. The official Pokémon artwork, the illustrations that appear in the games and on trading cards, often contradicts the Pokédex as well. A Pokémon that's listed as 4 feet tall might appear to be the size of a small dog in its official art. A Pokémon that's listed as weighing less than a pound might appear to have massive, heavy limbs. The artwork is stylized, of course, but the discrepancies are noticeable if you look closely. The Pokédex says Wailord is 47 feet long, and the artwork shows a massive whale-like creature, so that one checks out. But then you have Pokémon like Onix, which is listed as 28 feet long, and the artwork shows it as a towering serpent. But in the games, it's only about the size of a large snake. The scale is inconsistent, and the Pokédex doesn't help. The regional descriptions make this even more confusing. In Pokémon Sun and Moon, the Pokédex entries are written by different professors, and they sometimes contradict the entries from previous games. For example, the entry for Gengar in Pokémon Sun says it should be feared because it steals warmth from its victims. But the entry in Pokémon Moon says it's actually a prankster that likes to curse people for fun. These are two different characterizations of the same Pokémon, and they can't both be true. The Pokédex is not a single unified document. It's a patchwork of observations, legends, and guesses, and it changes depending on where you are and who you ask. So what does that mean for the player? It means that the Pokédex is not a reliable source of information. It's a source of wonder, a source of fear, and a source of endless debate. It's the reason why fans still argue about whether Drefloon actually steals children, or whether that's just a myth. It's the reason why people still wonder if Magcargo would actually destroy the world if it got too close. The Pokédex doesn't answer those questions. It just raises them, and then it moves on to the next entry, leaving you to make sense of it all. And maybe that's the point. Maybe the Pokédex is meant to be unreliable. Maybe it's meant to teach trainers that the world is full of things that can't be measured or explained. The Pokémon world is not our world. It's a world where ghosts are real, where creatures can control the weather, where time and space are governed by legendary beings. In a world like that, a Pokédex entry that says, Pokémon is hotter than the sun is not a lie. It's a glimpse into a reality that operates by different rules. The Pokédex is not a scientific document. It's a collection of wonders, and wonders don't have to make sense. But that still leaves the question of why the Pokédex is given to children. If it's full of contradictions and myths, why trust it with a 10-year-old? Maybe because the Pokémon world is not a world of facts. It's a world of stories, and the Pokédex is the first storybook that every trainer receives. It tells them about the creatures they'll meet, the dangers they'll face, and the legends they'll uncover. It doesn't tell them the truth, because the truth is too complicated. It tells them what they need to know to survive, and it lets them discover the rest on their own. The unresolved question of whether the Pokédex is documenting reality, exaggerating folklore, or deliberately misleading children is not one that the games ever answer, and maybe it's not meant to be answered. The Pokédex is a mirror, and it reflects the beliefs of the person reading it. A scientist sees data, a child sees magic, a skeptic sees lies, and a trainer sees a guide to a world that is far stranger than any book can capture. The entries that cannot be true are not errors, they're invitations. They ask you to wonder, to question, and to imagine what it would be like if a creature really could be hotter than the sun, or faster than the eye, or made of the souls of the dead. And in a world where those things might be possible, the Pokédex is not a lie, it's just a beginning. Some Pokédex entries are so extreme, they feel like they belong in a different game entirely. Magcargo's body temperature is supposedly hotter than the surface of the sun, yet it can exist in a grassy field without igniting everything around it. Gardevoir is said to have the power to create a miniature black hole out of pure devotion to its trainer, and yet in battle, it can be defeated by a single well-placed tackle from a Pidgey. The contradictions are everywhere, and they're part of what makes the Pokédex such a strange document. It's a scientific encyclopedia written by children, for children, and it often reads like a collection of tall tales rather than a reliable field guide. But there's one Pokémon whose Pokédex entries are so strange, so contradictory, and so tied to a single wild theory that it deserves its own chapter. That Pokémon is Ditto, and the theory is that it's a failed clone of Mew. The first thing you notice about Ditto is how plain it is. A pink amorphous blob with a simple face and almost no distinguishing features. It's not a legendary, it's not rare, and it can be found in the wild in nearly every generation of games. It has one move that matters, Transform, which lets it copy the appearance and moves of its opponent. And that's basically it. Ditto has no evolution, no pre-evolution, no special abilities that would suggest a grand origin. It's just there, a common Pokémon that players use for breeding because of its ability to produce eggs with almost anything. But look a little closer and the oddities start to pile up. Ditto and Mew share the exact same weight. Both are listed at 8.8 pounds. They share the same colour scheme, a soft pink that isn't shared by many other Pokémon. They have the same basic body shape, a rounded, featureless form that seems almost unfinished. And they both have access to Transform, a move that, in the first generation, only Mew and Ditto could learn. That's a very short list. In fact, in the original games, if you wanted a Pokémon that could transform into anything, you had exactly two options. The mythical Mew, obtainable only through special events, and Ditto, which you could find in the wild on a single route in the Kanto region. That's a strange pairing. Why would a common blob and a mythical creature share such a unique ability? Why would they weigh the same, look the same, and move the same way? The theory that emerged from these similarities is one of the most enduring in Pokémon history. Ditto, the theory goes, is a failed clone of Mew. The idea fits neatly into the lore of the first generation, where the story of Mewtwo is front and center. In the Pokémon Mansion on Cinnabar Island, players can read diary entries that describe the creation of Mewtwo. The entries mention a scientist, a Pokémon found deep in the jungles of Guyana, and a genetic experiment that produced a powerful and angry creature. But the diary never mentions Ditto. There's no entry that says, and also, we made a bunch of failed copies that turned into pink blobs. That part is entirely fan interpretation, but the pieces fit so well that the theory has persisted for decades. Think about it. The scientists on Cinnabar Island were trying to clone Mew. They succeeded eventually with Mewtwo, but before that success, there must have been failures. Experiments that didn't quite work, genetic material that didn't take hold properly, creatures that came out incomplete, without the power or the intelligence of their source. What would a failed Mew clone look like? It would probably be pink, because Mew is pink. It would probably be small and simple, because it didn't develop fully. It would probably have some of Mew's abilities, but in a weakened or incomplete form, and it would probably be able to transform, because that's one of Mew's signature moves, but it wouldn't be able to do much else. That description matches Ditto perfectly. The theory also explains why Ditto is so common in the wild. If it was a lab experiment that escaped, or was released, it would have spread and multiplied over time. Ditto's ability to breed with almost any Pokémon would have helped it survive and propagate, and its plain appearance would have made it easy to overlook, a forgotten byproduct of a successful experiment. The theory fits parts of the first generation laboratory setting so well that many players accepted it as unofficial canon. It's not confirmed, but it feels true. But here's where the theory starts to unravel. Later games complicate the idea by expanding Ditto's biology and giving Mew a broader mythological role. In later generations, Ditto is found in the wild in many different regions, not just Kanto. It appears in Johto, Hoenn, Sinnoh, and beyond. If Ditto was a failed clone created in a lab on Cinnabar Island, how did it end up in the wilds of other regions? It could have been transported, or it could have spread naturally over time. But the more Ditto appears as a natural part of the Pokémon world, the less it looks like a lab accident. It starts to look like a normal Pokémon with a strange ability. Mew, meanwhile, becomes something much bigger than a lab specimen. In later games, Mew is revealed to be the ancestor of all Pokémon. Its Pokédex entries describe it as containing the DNA of every Pokémon that exists, and it's said to be able to learn any move. Mew is no longer just a rare creature that scientists tried to clone. It's a mythological figure, a genetic blueprint for the entire Pokémon world. That makes the clone theory harder to maintain. If Mew is the ancestor of all Pokémon, then Ditto could simply be a distant relative, a Pokémon that shares some of Mew's genetic material because all Pokémon do. The similarities between Ditto and Mew might not be evidence of a failed experiment. They might just be evidence of a common origin. There's also the question of Ditto's own biology. In later games, Ditto is shown to have a unique ability to transform that goes beyond simple mimicry. It can transform into any Pokémon it sees, and its transformation is so perfect that it's indistinguishable from the real thing. But Ditto's transformation has limits. It can't transform into a Pokémon it hasn't seen. It can't transform into a human or an object. And if it tries to transform while holding a specific item, the transformation can fail, leaving it stuck in a half-transformed state. These limitations suggest that Ditto's ability is not the same as Mew's. Mew can transform freely, without any apparent limitations. Ditto's transformation is more like a survival mechanism, a way to blend in with its surroundings. That's a different kind of ability, and it doesn't necessarily point to a cloning experiment. The theory also has a practical problem. In the first generation of games, Ditto and Mew share the same weight, the same color, and the same move, but they don't share the same stats. Mew has high stats across the board, while Ditto has very low stats. If Ditto was a failed clone, you'd expect it to have some of Mew's power, even in a weakened form. Instead, Ditto is one of the weakest Pokémon in the game. It can't learn any moves other than transform, and its only strategy is to copy its opponent and hope for the best. That's not a failed clone. That's a completely different creature, and yet the theory persists. It persists because it's such a good story. It explains the similarities between Ditto and Mew in a way that feels satisfying. It connects to the lore of the first generation, where cloning and genetic engineering are major themes, and it gives Ditto a purpose, a reason for existing beyond being a breeding tool. The theory is the ideal example of a fan theory, built from real clues, but never promoted to canon. It's not confirmed, and it's probably not true, but it's so well constructed that it feels like it should be. There's another layer to this theory that's worth considering. In the original games, there's a glitch that allows players to encounter a Ditto that transforms into a Mew. This glitch is often cited as evidence for the clone theory, because it suggests that the game's code treats Ditto and Mew as connected in some way, but the glitch is just a glitch. It's a quirk of the game's programming, not a hidden message from the developers. Still, the glitch adds to the mystique. It makes the connection between Ditto and Mew feel tangible, even if it's just an accident. The clone theory is also supported by the fact that Ditto and Mew are both pink, and pink is a rare color among Pokémon. Most Pokémon are blue, red, green, or yellow. Pink is reserved for a select few, and many of them are connected to psychic or fairy types. Mew is a psychic type. Ditto is a normal type, but it can transform into any type. That flexibility is unusual, and it's one of the reasons why Ditto stands out. It's a Pokémon that can be anything, and that makes it hard to pin down. But the clone theory has a major flaw that's often overlooked. If Ditto is a failed clone of Mew, why is it so common? Mewtwo is a successful clone, and there's only one of it. Mew is the original, and there's only one of it. But Ditto can be found in the wild in large numbers. It's not a rare Pokémon. It's not a legendary. It's a common encounter that players can find on any given route. If Ditto was a failed experiment, you'd expect it to be rare or even extinct. Instead, it's everywhere. That suggests that Ditto is a natural species, not a lab creation. There's also the question of Ditto's name. Ditto is a word that means the same thing as what was just said. It's a way of saying me too or I agree. The name fits Ditto's ability to copy other Pokémon, but it doesn't suggest a connection to Mew. Mew's name is derived from the word mutation, or from the sound a cat makes. There's no linguistic connection between the two names. If Ditto was meant to be a failed Mew clone, you'd expect its name to reflect that. Instead, it's just a word that means copy. The clone theory is a beautiful piece of fan speculation, but it's not canon. It's not even close to canon. The games never mention Ditto in connection with Mew, and the anime never explores the idea. The theory exists entirely in the minds of players, and it's survived because it's so compelling. It's a story that makes sense, even if it's not true. And that's the thing about Pokemon Mysteries. They don't have to be true to be meaningful. They just have to be interesting. The clone theory is interesting because it connects two seemingly unrelated Pokemon in a way that feels intentional. It gives Ditto a backstory that makes it more than just a breeding tool, and it adds depth to the world of Pokemon, a world that's already full of strange and unexplained phenomena. The clone theory also speaks to a larger theme in Pokemon. The idea that the world is full of hidden connections. Every Pokemon is connected to every other Pokemon in some way, and those connections are often hidden beneath the surface. The clone theory is one way of uncovering those connections. Even if it's not the right way, it's a reminder that the Pokemon world is a mystery. And that mystery is part of what makes it so appealing. As the games have evolved, the clone theory has become less relevant. Later generations have introduced new Pokemon and new lore that have pushed Mew and Ditto to the margins. Mew is still a mythical Pokemon, but it's no longer the center of attention. Ditto is still a common Pokemon, but it's no longer a source of speculation. The theory has faded into the background, a relic of an earlier era of Pokemon fandom, but it hasn't disappeared. It's still discussed on forums and in videos, and it's still one of the first theories that new fans learn about. It's a gateway into the world of Pokemon speculation, a way of showing that the games are more than just a collection of creatures. They're a puzzle, and the puzzle is meant to be solved. The clone theory is also a reminder that Pokemon is a franchise built on ambiguity. The games rarely explain everything, and that's intentional. The developers leave gaps in the lore, and those gaps are meant to be filled by the players. The clone theory is one way of filling a gap, and it's a good one. It's not the only way, and it's probably not the right way, but it's a way that makes sense, and that's what makes it so enduring. The clone theory is a story that players tell themselves, and it's a story that fits. It's not confirmed, but it's not disproven either. It exists in a state of uncertainty, and that uncertainty is what makes it so appealing. It's a mystery that can never be solved, and that's exactly why it's so fascinating. The same can be said for many of the mysteries in Pokemon. They're not meant to be solved. They're meant to be pondered. They're meant to be discussed. They're meant to be passed down from one generation of fans to the next. The clone theory is one of those mysteries, and it's one of the best. It's a theory that's built on real clues, but it's never been promoted to canon. It's a theory that fits the lore, but it's never been confirmed. It's a theory that makes sense, but it's never been proven, and that's okay. The clone theory doesn't need to be true. It just needs to be interesting, and it is. It's a story about a failed experiment, a forgotten creature, and a connection that might not exist. It's a story that's been told for decades, and it will probably be told for decades more. It's a story that's part of the fabric of Pokemon, a story that's as much a part of the franchise as Mew itself. But there's another mystery that's even more tied to the idea of hidden connections and unexplained phenomena. It's a mystery that involves a location, a machine, and a Pokemon that was never meant to exist. It's a mystery that has haunted players since the very first generation, and it's a mystery that still hasn't been solved. It's the kind of mystery that makes you wonder what else is hidden in the games, what other secrets are waiting to be found, and it's the kind of mystery that reminds you. And that's exactly what makes it so compelling. I hope you're as amazed by this as I am. If you want to stay updated on more content like this, make sure to subscribe and join our community of curious minds. Trust me, what's coming next will challenge everything you thought you knew. The Ditto theory leaves us with a strange picture of the Pokemon world, one where the laboratory experiments of the first generation may have left behind more than just Mewtwo. But if we're talking about things that were left behind, there's a different kind of leftover from that same era. Something that never made it into the final games at all. And unlike Ditto, this one isn't a theory. It's a documented piece of development history, preserved in old design documents and leaked material that fans have spent years piecing together. Gorochu, The name itself sounds like it belongs to a different kind of Pokémon. Something heavier, more dangerous, and that's exactly what it was supposed to be. Leaked and preserved development material reveals Gorochu as an unused evolution for Raichu, not a regional variant, not a mega evolution, not a new form introduced decades later. This was an original evolution designed during the very first generation of Pokémon games, meant to sit at the top of the Pikachu family tree. Raichu was never supposed to be the final stage. There was supposed to be one more step. The design suggests that Pikachu's family may once have had a more aggressive final stage. Gorochu wasn't just a bigger Raichu with a different color palette. The early sketches and internal documents show a creature that looks genuinely intimidating. It kept the basic rodent shape, the long tail, the cheek pouches, but everything about it was sharper. The ears were more angular, the eyes were narrower, more intense. It had prominent fangs, the kind that would make you think twice before reaching out to pet it, and perhaps most striking of all, it had a pair of small horns on its head. This wasn't the cute, friendly electric mouse that became the face of the franchise. This was something that looked like it could hold its own in a fight, and probably enjoyed doing so. The name itself tells a story. In Japanese, the Go in Gorochu can carry connotations of power and intensity. The Raichu root connects it directly to its predecessor, but the way the name sounds, the way it sits in the mouth, it's heavier than Raichu. It's a name that suggests thunder, maybe even lightning that's been given a body and a bad attitude. And that's before you consider the horns. Horns on a Pokémon are almost always a sign of aggression, of a creature that's built for combat rather than companionship. The design language is clear. This was meant to be the final word in the Pikachu line, the point where the cute mascot evolves into something that demands respect. But here's where the story gets interesting, because Gorochu never made it into the final games. It was cut during development, and for a long time, its existence was nothing more than a rumor. Fans who had grown up with the original games would occasionally hear whispers about a lost evolution, a fourth stage that never existed. Some dismissed it as a playground myth, the kind of story that spreads through schoolyards and early internet forums without any evidence to back it up. But the evidence was real. It just took decades for it to surface. When development material from the early games was finally preserved and shared, through leaks and archival efforts, Gorochu's design documents became public knowledge. The sketches are rough in places, the kind of concept art that gets drawn quickly to capture an idea before it's refined or discarded, but they're unmistakable. This was a real Pokémon, designed by the same people who created Pikachu and Raichu. It wasn't a fan invention or a misremembered sprite. It was a genuine part of the first generation's development, a creature that existed on paper and in the minds of its creators, even if it never made it into the hands of players. And that raises a question that has haunted Pokémon fans for years. Why was it cut? The official explanation, to the extent that one exists, is that the designers felt the Pikachu line was already complete with Raichu. They thought the evolution chain worked well, without adding another stage. But that answer feels incomplete, especially when you look at Gorochu's design. It wasn't a half-finished idea or a rough concept that never came together. It was fully realized with a name, a design, and a clear place in the evolutionary line. Someone at Game Freak looked at this creature and decided it didn't belong in the games. The question is why. Its removal raises questions about balance, visual direction, and why Raichu stopped at its current form. Let's start with balance. In the first generation of Pokémon games, the power curve was carefully managed. Pikachu was weak, a starter Pokémon that players would eventually replace or evolve into Raichu for a significant boost. Raichu was strong, but not overwhelmingly so. It had good speed and special stats, but it was fragile and lacked the raw power of some of the other fully evolved Pokémon. Adding Gorochu to the mix would have changed that dynamic. A third evolution would have given the line access to even higher stats, potentially pushing it into the upper tier of Pokémon, that might have been too much. The designers may have felt that Raichu was already strong enough, and that a further evolution would have made the line overpowered relative to its role in the game. Then there's the visual direction. Pikachu is arguably the most recognizable mascot in gaming history. Its design is simple, cute, and universally appealing. Raichu maintains that appeal while adding a bit more maturity, a bit more power. But Gorochu, with its horns and fangs, would have broken that pattern. It would have turned the line from cute to aggressive, from friendly to intimidating. And that might have been a problem for the franchise's identity. Pokémon was marketed to children, and Pikachu was the face of that marketing. Having the final evolution of the mascot be a creature that looked genuinely threatening might have sent the wrong message. The designers may have decided that the line should stay approachable, that the evolution should be a gentle progression rather than a dramatic shift in temperament. But there's another possibility, one that's more speculative, but also more intriguing. What if Gorochu was cut because it was too similar to something else? The first generation of Pokémon has a lot of creatures that share design elements, and some of them feel like variations on a theme. There's a theory that Gorochu's design was partially recycled, that its horns and aggressive posture were passed on to other Pokémon in the original 151. It's hard to say for certain, but it's not hard to imagine that the designers saw Gorochu and realized they had already created something similar, or that they could use its design elements in other creatures that were already planned. Whatever the reason, Gorochu's removal left a gap in the Pikachu line that fans have never quite stopped noticing. Raichu is a perfectly good Pokémon. It has its fans, its strengths, its place in the competitive scene. But there's always been a sense that something is missing. The line goes from Pikachu to Raichu, and then it stops. There's no final form, no ultimate evolution, no capstone to the family. And once you know about Gorochu, that gap becomes even more noticeable. You start to wonder what it would have been like to have that third stage, to see Pikachu evolve into Raichu, and then into something even more powerful. Gorochu proves that a missing Pokémon can feel like a suppressed lore element, even when it was simply cut during development. And that's the strange thing about this whole story. There's no hidden meaning behind Gorochu's absence. It wasn't removed because of a curse or a conspiracy. It wasn't a secret that was deliberately hidden from players. It was just a design decision, one of thousands made during the chaotic process of creating a new franchise. But because it was cut, because it existed and then didn't, it takes on a different quality. It becomes a mystery. It becomes something that fans can obsess over, that they can build theories around, that they can use to imagine an alternate version of the Pokémon world where things turned out differently. In that alternate world, the Pikachu line would have had a very different trajectory. The mascot of the franchise would have been part of a 3-stage evolution, with a final form that looked more like a demon than a mouse. Would that have changed how people saw Pikachu? Would it have changed the franchise itself? It's impossible to say, but it's fascinating to think about. And Gorochu isn't alone. The first generation of Pokémon is full of these lost creatures, these designs that were sketched and considered, and then discarded. Some of them are known, like Gorochu. Others are still buried in old development documents, waiting to be discovered. Each one represents a path not taken, a decision that could have gone the other way, and each one, once it's revealed, adds another layer to the history of the franchise. The story of Gorochu is a reminder that the Pokémon world we know is just one version of what could have been. The games we played, the creatures we caught, the teams we built, all of it was shaped by decisions made decades ago by people who were just trying to make a fun game. Some of those decisions were easy, some of them were hard, and some of them, like the decision to cut Gorochu, created mysteries that would outlast the original games themselves. It's strange to think that a creature that never existed could have such a hold on the imagination, but that's the power of cut content. is not just a missing piece of a puzzle, it's a window into the creative process, a glimpse of what might have been. And for fans who grew up with these games, who spent countless hours exploring every corner of the Pokémon world, that glimpse is precious. It connects them to the developers, to the decisions that shaped their childhoods, to the hidden history of a world they thought they knew. Gorochu may never have appeared in a game. It may never have been caught, trained, or battled with, but it exists. It exists in the sketches and the documents and the memories of the people who created it. And now it exists in the minds of fans who have learned its story. It's a ghost in the machine, a Pokémon that was never meant to be, but somehow found a way to persist. And in a franchise built on the idea of catching them all, there's something fitting about a creature that was never catchable at all. The story of Gorochu is one of the most compelling pieces of Pokémon history, not because it's dramatic or shocking, but because it's real. It's a tangible piece of the past, a concrete example of how the games we love were shaped by decisions we never knew about. And it's a reminder that the Pokémon world is bigger than the games themselves. It's a world of ideas, some of which made it into the final product, and some of which didn't. But all of them, in their own way, are part of the story. As we continue through these mysteries, it's worth keeping that in mind. The Pokémon franchise has been around for decades, and in that time, it has accumulated a history that goes far beyond what's visible in the games. There are lost designs, abandoned concepts, and forgotten ideas scattered throughout the development process. And each one of them has the potential to become a legend, a mystery, a story that fans tell each other in hushed tones. Gorochu is just one example, but it's a perfect example. It shows how a simple design decision can ripple outward, creating questions that persist long after the decision was made. And that's what makes these mysteries so compelling. They're not just about finding answers. They're about understanding the process, the people, and the choices that created the world we love. Gorochu is a part of that world, even though it never existed in it. And in a strange way, that makes it more real than any Pokémon that ever appeared on a screen. Gorochu wasn't alone in the graveyard of discarded ideas. The same kind of leaked development material that revealed Raichu's missing evolution also exposed something far larger. An entire Pokédex from a version of Pokémon Gold and Silver that almost no one ever got to play. And for years, the creatures in that Pokédex were treated as rumours, dismissed by fans who had no way to verify them. Then the physical evidence arrived, and everything changed. The story begins in November of 1997. Nintendo held its annual Spaceworld event in Japan, a showcase for upcoming hardware and software. And among the playable demos on the floor was an early build of the next chapter in the Pokémon saga. Gold and Silver had been announced with great fanfare, and fans who attended the event were eager to see what Game Freak had been working on, since the original games took the world by storm. What they found was a version of Chateau that looked very different from the one that would eventually appear in stores. Attendees could walk through a slice of the new region, battle a few trainers, and browse a Pokédex that contained creatures the world had never seen before. Some of those creatures looked familiar. They were early versions of Pokémon that would eventually appear in the final games, though their designs had not yet been finalized. But others looked like nothing that ever made it to store shelves. They were strange, unfinished, and in some cases genuinely unsettling. For years, the only evidence of these creatures came from photographs taken at the event and a handful of magazine scans. Fans who weren't there had to rely on grainy images and word of mouth. And because the designs were so unusual, many people simply refused to believe them. The idea of a Pokémon that looked like a living bomb, or a woman carrying an umbrella, or a tiger cub with electric markings. It all sounded like the kind of playground rumor that had surrounded the franchise since the very beginning. People claimed these creatures were fake. They claimed the screenshots were doctored. They claimed the whole demo was a hoax, or that the creatures were placeholder sprites that had been made up on the spot. Without access to the actual cartridge, there was no way to prove them wrong, and so the beta Pokémon of Gold and Silver joined the long list of Pokémon mysteries that lived in the space between rumour and fact. But the demo was real, and in May of 2018, the full ROM was dumped and shared online. Suddenly, anyone with an emulator could explore the Spaceworld build for themselves. They could open the Pokédex and scroll through every single entry. They could see the early designs for Chikorita and Cyndaquil and Totodile, which looked noticeably different from the final versions. They could see Lugia in its original, more serpentine form, and Ho-Oh with a design that had not yet been refined. They could see Pokémon like Don. The Spaceworld demo gave us a window into a Johto that never was, a region filled with creatures that looked nothing like the ones we eventually came to know. Some of those designs were clearly early versions of familiar faces, rough sketches that would be refined and polished into the final roster. But others were stranger, more alien, creatures that seemed to belong to a completely different game. And among those lost forms, there was a particular group that stands out even now, not because they were dramatic or powerful, but because they were small. They were babies, and they vanished so completely that for years most players had no idea they were ever meant to exist at all. Gold and Silver development included unused baby Pokémon, prototype evolutions, and alternate family structures that never made it into the final games. When the internal data from those early builds resurfaced, it revealed a surprising amount of thought had gone into expanding the Pokémon world in a very specific direction. The idea of baby Pokémon was already taking shape, but the way it was being implemented was different from what we eventually received. There were creatures that would have been the pre-evolved forms of established species, designed to make certain families feel more complete, more layered. And there were also entirely new creatures, ones that had no connection to anything we knew, that seemed to exist just to fill out the world with more life. What makes these lost babies so fascinating is not just that they were cut, but that several concepts appear to have influenced later species without surviving as direct descendants. You can see echoes of them in Pokémon that came much later, in later generations, in designs that feel like they might have been pulled from those old prototype sheets and reworked into something new. It is a strange kind of afterlife for a creature that never officially existed. They did not die when they were cut from the games. They just changed shape, reappearing years later in forms that were different enough to be considered new, but similar enough that you can almost recognize them. The unfinished sprites reveal a version of Chateau that was more crowded and mechanically experimental. The region we traveled through in the final games felt expansive, but it was carefully balanced. Every Pokémon had a place, a role, a reason for existing. The Chateau that existed in those early development files was messier. There were more creatures, more evolutionary lines, more connections between species that did not survive into the final product. It was a region that was still being figured out, still being tested, and the sheer number of unused baby Pokémon suggests that the developers were trying to do something ambitious with the way Pokémon families worked. Think about what baby Pokémon do for a game. They add a layer of tenderness to the world, a sense that these creatures have life cycles, that they grow and develop in ways that mirror real animals. They also add a mechanical layer, because raising a baby Pokémon to its final form takes more time, more patience, more investment. The baby Pokémon that did make it into Gold and Silver, like Pichu, Cleffa and Igglybuff, were introduced with a specific purpose. They made breeding relevant. They gave players a reason to engage with the daycare system, to think about egg moves and inheritance. But the babies that were cut suggest the developers were considering going much further with this concept. They were thinking about which families deserved that extra stage, which creatures would benefit from being made more vulnerable, more dependent. Some of the cut babies were connected to Pokémon that were already popular. There was a baby form for one of the more iconic families from the first generation, a creature that would have been smaller, rounder, softer than its evolved forms. The sprite is rough, barely more than a sketch, but you can see the intent. It was meant to be adorable, meant to tug at your heartstrings, meant to make you want to protect it, and then it was gone. No explanation, no farewell, just removed from the files as if it had never been considered. Other cut babies were connected to Pokémon that were new to Gold and Silver, creatures that were being introduced in that very generation. These were families that were still being designed, still being balanced, and the decision to include a baby stage was apparently made and then reversed. It is possible that the developers realized they were spreading themselves too thin, that they had too many ideas and not enough time to implement them all. It is also possible that some of these babies simply did not work. They might have looked too similar to their evolved forms, or they might have been too difficult to animate, or they might have just felt unnecessary. The mystery is whether these creatures were cut for technical reasons, design concerns, or plans that changed late in development. And the answer is probably a combination of all three. Game development is a process of constant revision. Ideas are tested, refined, and often discarded, not because they are bad, but because they do not fit the overall vision of the project. The baby Pokémon that vanished from Gold and Silver were likely victims of scope. The games were already massive, already pushing the limits of what the Game Boy could handle. Adding more Pokémon, even small ones, meant more sprites, more animations, more data. And in the era before cartridges could hold unlimited information, every creature had to earn its place. But there is something else going on here. Something that makes these lost babies more than just a technical footnote. They represent a different vision of Chateau, a region that was more playful, more experimental, more willing to take risks. The final games gave us a Chateau that was steeped in tradition, a region that felt ancient and mysterious, full of legends and history. The Chateau of the prototype files was different. It was a region that was still being invented, still being explored, and the baby Pokémon were part of that exploration. They were experiments, tests of what the franchise could do, and even though they were cut, they left a mark. You can see that mark in the generations that followed. When Pokémon Ruby and Sapphire introduced new baby Pokémon like Azurill and Wynaut, it felt like the concept was finally being fully realized. And when later generations added even more, like Mime Jr. and Bonsly, it became clear that the idea had never really gone away. It had just been waiting for the right moment to return. The babies that vanished from Gold and Silver did not disappear from the franchise's memory. They lingered, influencing designs, inspiring new creatures, shaping the way the developers thought about evolution and family lines. There is also a darker possibility, one that is rarely discussed but worth considering. Some of the cut baby Pokémon were connected to creatures that were themselves controversial. The first generation had a few designs that were considered strange or unsettling, and giving them baby forms might have been a way to soften their image, to make them more approachable. But if those baby forms were cut, it might have been because the developers decided that some creatures were better left alone, that not every Pokémon needed to be made cute. It is a quiet kind of censorship, not based on any moral objection, but on a sense of what fit the tone of the games. The sprites themselves are haunting in a way. They are incomplete, unfinished, frozen in a state of becoming. They do not have the polish of the final Pokémon, the careful shading and detailing that made the creatures feel alive. Instead, they are rough, almost primitive, like fossils of a creature that never fully evolved. And yet, there is something compelling about them. They feel more honest somehow, more raw. They show us the process of creation, the messy middle ground between idea and execution. They remind us that every Pokémon we know and love started as something else, something uncertain, something that could have gone in a completely different direction. The question of why they were cut is probably unanswerable, The developers have never spoken at length about these specific creatures, and the internal documents that might explain their removal have never been released. We are left with the sprites, the data, and our own speculation, and maybe that is for the best. Mystery is a valuable thing in a franchise like Pokémon. It keeps the world feeling larger than what's on the screen. It suggests that there are secrets we have not yet uncovered, stories that have not yet been told. The baby Pokémon that vanished are part of that hidden history, a reminder that the games we play are not the only versions of themselves that could have existed. What is perhaps most striking is how these lost creatures connect to the broader theme of Pokémon as a living, breathing world. The franchise has always been about collection, about filling a Pokédex, about seeing everything the games have to offer. But the cut content reminds us that the Pokédex is not a complete record. It is a selection, a curated list of creatures that were deemed worthy of inclusion. There are others, countless others, that exist only in the margins, in the discarded files and abandoned designs. They are the ghosts of the franchise, the Pokémon that never were, and they haunt the games in subtle ways. When you play through Gold and Silver today, you might not notice anything missing. The games feel complete, polished, full of life. But if you know where to look, if you know the history, you can almost feel the absence. You can imagine a Chateau where every family had a baby stage, where the world was even more crowded, even more vibrant. You can imagine a version of the games where raising a Pokémon was a longer, more involved process, where the bond between trainer and creature was built over more time, more shared experiences, and you can wonder what it would have been like to catch one of those lost babies, to raise it, to watch it grow. The mystery of the baby Pokémon that vanished is not a mystery that can be solved. There is no hidden encounter, no secret event, no way to find these creatures in the final games. They are gone, and they are not coming back. But they are not forgotten. They live on in the data, in the sprites, in the memories of the developers who created them, and the fans who discovered them years later. They are a reminder that the Pokémon world is not fixed, not static, but constantly changing, constantly being reimagined. And that is perhaps the most mysterious thing of all. The same spirit of experimentation that gave us those lost babies also gave us other oddities, other creatures that seem to exist outside the normal rules of the franchise. There are Pokémon that appear only in specific conditions, that require strange methods to encounter, that seem to defy the logic of the world around them. They are not cut content, not lost designs, but they carry a similar sense of mystery. They make you wonder what else might be hiding just beneath the surface, waiting for the right moment to reveal itself. And that sense of wonder, that feeling that there is always more to discover, is what keeps the franchise alive. It is what makes us keep playing, keep searching, keep asking questions. And it is what makes the mysteries, both the ones that are real and the ones that are not, so hard to resist. There's something quietly unsettling about looking at a Pokémon that almost existed. Not a fan drawing, not a rumour, but an actual piece of official development material, preserved in a leak or a demo cartridge, showing a creature that Game Freak designed, coloured, and programmed, and then decided to throw away. The previous chapter touched on the baby Pokémon that vanished from Gold and Silver, those tiny half-formed concepts that never made it to the final games. But the deeper you dig into that era, the more you realise that the entire Pokédex we know today is built on a mountain of discarded decisions. And the sprites that survive from those early builds don't just show us what could have been, they show us that the Pokémon we grew up with were never inevitable. Early sprites show radically different proportions, typings, names, and relationships for familiar Pokémon. When you look at the prototype artwork from the Gold and Silver Spaceworld demo, which leaked in the late 1990s and then resurfaced in full online around 2018, you see a world that is recognisably Pokémon, but also completely alien. There's a grass starter that looks like a small, round dinosaur with a leaf on its head, but its body is bulkier, its eyes are sharper, and its overall stance is more aggressive than the final Chikorita. There's a fire starter that resembles a tiny, bipedal crocodile with flames on its back, but it's sleeker, more reptilian, and its snout is longer than Cyndaquil's stubby face. And the water starter, instead of the cheerful, round Totodile we know, is a lanky, almost awkward creature with wide, staring eyes and a jaw that looks like it could unhinge. These aren't just rough sketches. They're fully realised sprites with animations, stats, and move pools. They were playable, and then they were scrapped. What's fascinating is how the final designs seem to have taken the opposite approach. The Chikorita line became gentler, more plant-like, with a flower that blooms as it evolves. The Cyndaquil line became more mammalian, with the fire shifting from its back to its snout in later stages, and the Totodile line became more cartoonishly reptilian, with a grin that reads as playful rather than predatory. But the beta versions suggest a different tone for the entire Johto region. These starters looked like they belonged in a darker, more serious game. Their proportions were chunkier, their expressions were fiercer, and their typings in some cases were different. There's evidence that one of the early fire starters was originally part fire, part flying, which would have changed the entire type dynamic of the starter trio. And one of the early water types may have had a secondary typing that was later abandoned. These aren't minor tweaks. These are fundamental changes to how the creatures function in battle, how they're portrayed in the anime, and how fans remember them. Prototype versions of starters and legendary creatures challenge the idea that the final Pokédex was inevitable. Consider the legendary beasts of Johto. In the final games, we have Raichu, Entei, and Suicune, three elegant elemental cats that roam the region and represent the destruction of the burned tower. But in the beta sprites, these creatures looked completely different. Raichu was more lion-like, with a shaggier mane and a more muscular build. Entei was bulkier, almost bear-like, with a broader snout and smaller ears. And Suicune, instead of the graceful, flowing creature we know, was a more angular, wolf-like beast with a sharper face and a less ornate mane. The beta versions look like they belong in a different mythos entirely. They're less refined, more primal, and they don't have the same elemental purity that the final designs convey. It's tempting to imagine a version of Pokémon Gold and Silver where the legendary beasts were these rougher, more dangerous creatures. But that version doesn't exist anymore. It was overwritten by the designs we now consider canon. And it's not just the starters and legendaries. Early sprites show radically different proportions, typings, names, and relationships for familiar Pokémon across the board. There's a beta version of Girafarig that looks more like a giraffe and less like a chimera, with a simpler tail and a less pronounced second head. There's a beta version of Hoot that's rounder and fluffier, almost like a ball of feathers with eyes. There's a beta version of Murkrow that's sleeker and more crow-like, without the witch's hat that defines its final design. And there are entire Pokémon that never made it at all. There's a creature that looks like a cross between a seal and a walrus, with a single horn on its nose. There's a creature that resembles a tiny, bipedal dinosaur with a shell on its back, but it's not related to any known Pokémon. There's a creature that looks like a floating, jellyfish-like bell with a face, which might have been an early concept for a ghost type. These creatures have names in the leaked data, but those names are just strings of code. They were never given official English translations, never featured in any guidebook, never appeared in any episode of the anime. They exist only as sprites, and those sprites are all we have. Fans often mistake these assets for hidden regional variants or secret canon species. It's easy to see why. The beta sprites are so polished, so complete, that they look like they could have been in the final game. And when you see a creature that looks like cross between a Slowpoke and a Shelder, but it's not Slowbro, you start to wonder if there's a missing evolution somewhere. When you see a creature that looks like a pre-evolution of Kangaskhan, but it's not in any Pokédex, you start to wonder if there's a hidden breeding mechanic. When you see a creature that looks like a regional variant of Pikachu, but it's not in any official game, you start to wonder if there's a secret event that unlocks it, but the truth is more mundane. These sprites are leftovers. They're the debris of a creative process that involved constant iteration and revision. Game Freak didn't design the Johto Pokédex in one clean pass. They designed dozens, maybe hundreds, of creatures, and then they cut the ones that didn't fit. The ones that survived are the ones we know. The ones that didn't are the beta sprites. But their real importance is historical. Development leftovers can explain rumors more convincingly than any conspiracy. For years, fans speculated about hidden Pokémon in Gold and Silver. There were rumors of a third legendary beast, a secret Mewtwo evolution, a mythical creature that could only be caught by completing some obscure side quest. Some of these rumors were pure invention, spread through schoolyards and early internet forums, but some of them were based on something real. Players would find glitches in the game that caused strange sprites to appear. They'd encounter Pokémon with incorrect cries, or with moves they shouldn't have, or with colours that didn't match their official artwork, and they'd assume these were secret Pokémon, hidden in the code, waiting to be discovered. But what they were actually seeing were the ghosts of the beta sprites. The game data still contained references to creatures that had been cut, and under certain conditions, those references could be triggered. The result was a series of bizarre, glitched encounters that seemed to confirm the existence of hidden Pokémon. But they weren't hidden, they were abandoned. This pattern repeats across every generation of Pokémon. In Ruby and Sapphire, there are unused sprites for Pokémon that were cut from the Hoenn Pokédex. In Diamond and Pearl, there are unused sprites for Pokémon that were cut from the Sinjoh Pokédex. In X and Y, there are unused sprites for Pokémon that were cut from the Kalos Pokédex. And in every case, fans have pored over these sprites, trying to find meaning in them. They've created elaborate theories about what these creatures were supposed to be, what their typings were, what their relationships were to existing Pokémon. Some of these theories are surprisingly accurate. Data miners have been able to reconstruct the beta Pokédex with a high degree of confidence, and we now know that many of the Pokémon in the final games were originally designed for different roles. But some of these theories are pure speculation. They project meaning onto random shapes, seeing connections that don't exist, and that's the danger of beta sprites. They invite interpretation, but they don't provide answers. What the beta sprites do provide is a window into the design process. When you look at the early sprites for the Johto starters, you can see that Game Freak was experimenting with different aesthetics. The final designs are cute, approachable and marketable. The beta designs are more aggressive, more animalistic, and more rooted in traditional monster designs. It's not that one is better than the other, it's that they represent different directions for the franchise. And the direction that won is the one that shaped the next 20 years of Pokémon. If the beta starters had survived, the tone of the entire series might have been different. The anime might have been darker. The merchandise might have been edgier. The games might have leaned more into the idea of Pokémon as dangerous creatures rather than loyal companions. But that's not what happened. The beta sprites were cut, and the franchise moved in a different direction. And yet the beta sprites persist. They persist in the memories of fans who saw the Spaceworld demo back in the late 90s. They persist in the leaked data that data miners continue to uncover. They persist in the fan art, the fan games, and the fan theories that keep these creatures alive. There's a whole community dedicated to recreating the beta Pokédex, filling in the gaps with their own designs, speculating about what the missing Pokémon would have been like. And there's a certain melancholy to that. These creatures were designed, programmed, and then discarded. They never got to be part of the world. They never got to be caught, trained, or loved. They exist only as fragments, and those fragments are all we have. But those fragments are enough to tell a story. They tell us that the Pokédex is not a fixed, eternal thing. It's a living document, constantly being revised and updated. And the Pokémon we know today are not the only possible versions of themselves. They're the versions that happened to survive the design process. The versions that were cut are just as real, in a historical sense, as the versions that made it into the games. And when you look at them, you're not looking at a mystery to be solved. You're looking at a history to be understood. That history becomes even more complex when you consider the relationship between beta sprites and the rumors they spawned. The Mew Under the Truck rumor, which we touched on earlier in this series, is a perfect example. The truck exists in the game. It's a small, unremarkable object near the An. But because it exists, fans assumed it must have a purpose. They assumed there was a hidden Pokémon underneath it, waiting to be discovered, and they spent years trying to find it. But the truck was never part of a Mew quest. It was just a piece of map detail, a leftover from a design that never came to fruition. And yet the rumor persisted for decades. Because it was based on something real, the truck was there. The question was what it was for, and the answer was nothing. It was for nothing. The same dynamic applies to beta sprites. They're real. They exist in the code, but they don't have a purpose in the final game. They're not hidden secrets. They're not Easter eggs. They're not clues to a larger mystery. They're just leftovers. And yet, because they exist, fans assume they must mean something. They assume there's a deeper truth to uncover. But the deeper truth is that Game Freak is a company that makes decisions, and sometimes those decisions are to cut content. The content that gets cut is not always bad. Sometimes it's just not right for the game, and the beta sprites are a record of those decisions. When you look at the beta sprites for the legendary beasts, you can see that Game Freak was trying to create a sense of power and mystery. The final designs achieve that, but in a different way. Raichu, Entei and Suicune are elegant, almost regal. They look like they could be the subjects of ancient myths. The beta designs are rougher, more feral. They look like they could be the subjects of cautionary tales. And that difference matters. It changes how you perceive the creatures. It changes how you interact with them in the game. It changes the entire atmosphere of the Burned Tower encounter. And it's a reminder that the Pokémon we know are not the only possible versions of themselves. The same is true for the starters. The final Johto starters are beloved. Chikorita, Cyndaquil and Totodile are iconic, but the beta versions are fascinating because they show a different direction. They show a version of Johto where the starters were more aggressive, more primal, and less cute. And that version of Johto is not the one we got. It's a version that exists only in the sprites, in the code, and in the imagination of fans who have seen them. As we move through this series, we've been exploring the mysteries of the Pokémon world. Some of those mysteries are real, some of them are rumors, and some of them are the result of cut content that fans have turned into legend. The beta sprites fall into that last category. They're not a mystery in the traditional sense. They're a historical artifact, but they've become a mystery because fans have invested them with meaning, and that meaning is not entirely unfounded. The beta sprites do tell us something about the development of the games. They do tell us something about the creative process, and they do tell us something about the franchise as a whole, but they don't tell us everything, and that gap between what we know and what we want to know is where the mystery lives. The Pokémon that never were are a reminder that the world of Pokémon is not a static place. It's a world that was built, piece by piece, by people making choices. And those choices could have been different. The Pokédex could have been different. The games could have been different. And the beta sprites are the evidence of that possibility. They're the ghosts of a different timeline. A timeline where the starters were fiercer, the legendaries were more primal, and the world was just a little bit darker. And while that timeline doesn't exist, it's still worth exploring, because in exploring it, we learn something about the timeline we do have. We learn that the Pokémon we love were not inevitable, they were chosen. And that choice is part of what makes them special. So the next time you see a beta sprite, Don't just dismiss it as a curiosity. Don't just assume it's a hidden secret or a lost canon species. Take a moment to appreciate it for what it is. A piece of history, a record of a decision, and a glimpse into a world that might have been. Because the Pokémon that never were are just as much a part of the franchise as the Pokémon that are, and they deserve to be remembered. There was a strange kind of magic in those early sprite sheets. When we looked at the beta sprites of Pokémon that never were, we were seeing ghosts of a different timeline, a version of the franchise that existed for a moment in a developer's mind, and then vanished. But for a long time, that was all we had, scattered images, a few blurry screenshots from old Japanese magazines, and the whispered memories of people who claimed to have played a demo at a trade show. The rest was speculation. We could guess, we could theorize, but we could never truly open the box and see what was inside. That changed. And it changed in a way that nobody really expected. When internal builds and large-scale leaks began surfacing online, the nature of Pokémon Mystery shifted forever. It wasn't just about a sprite here or a design sketch there anymore. These were complete, playable versions of the games from before they were finished. Unfinished maps stretched out into empty space, their boundaries marked by placeholder walls and missing textures. Placeholder text sat in dialogue boxes, describing events that never made it into the final script. Unused music tracks played melodies that no player was ever meant to hear in the course of a normal playthrough. And incomplete encounters, battles with trainers who had no names, no dialogue, and sometimes no Pokémon, waited in rooms that had no entrance. For the first time, the mystery wasn't about what was hidden in the game. It was about what was left behind in the development process. The data miners became the new explorers. They sifted through the code with a patience that bordered on obsession, pulling out strings of text, unused item descriptions, and event flags that pointed to sequences that had been cut before anyone could experience them. And every discovery created a new debate over whether inaccessible content should count as part of Pokémon's history. This was a question that had no easy answer. On one hand, the content was real. It existed in the code, in the files, in the very DNA of the cartridge. It was created by the same developers, using the same tools, in the same era as the content that did ship. On the other hand, it was never meant to be seen. The developers had made a choice to remove it, to leave it out of the final product, and to present the world with a version of the game that was, in their eyes, complete. So what do we do with the things they chose to discard? The old playground questions were suddenly answerable. You remember the rumors, the ones we grew up with, the idea that there was a secret Pokémon hidden behind a truck, or that a specific combination of button presses would unlock a hidden area, or that a certain legendary creature was waiting somewhere in the code, just out of reach. For decades, those questions were the fuel for endless speculation. We had no way to verify them. We had no way to look inside the cartridge and see what was actually there. We just had the game in front of us, and the stories that spread from one schoolyard to the next. Data miners could now answer those questions. They could look at the code and say, with absolute certainty, whether that truck had anything behind it. They could confirm that a particular sprite existed in the game's memory, even if it was never accessible through normal play. They could trace the exact conditions required to trigger a rare event, or prove that an event was never coded at all. The old mysteries were being solved, one by one, with the cold precision of a hex editor. But here's the thing, for every old question they answered, they created an entirely new one. Because once you could see the cut content, you had to ask why it was cut. Why did this map exist and then get abandoned? Why was this character designed, voiced and animated, only to be removed from the final game? Why did this piece of music exist? When no location in the finished product could ever play it, the mystery shifted from, is this secret in the game, to, what does it mean if the developers removed it? That shift changed everything. It changed how we talked about Pokémon lore, how we interpreted the games, and how we understood the franchise's history. A cut Pokémon was no longer just a curiosity. It was a window into the creative process. A glimpse of a direction that was considered and then rejected. An unfinished map was no longer just a glitch. It was evidence of a story that was told and then untold. A journey that players were supposed to take and then never did. Take the internal builds from the early generations. When those leaked, we saw versions of the games that were radically different from what we had played. The maps were rougher, the sprites were cruder, and the overall feel was less polished, but they were also more ambitious in some ways. There were ideas in those builds that never made it into the final games, concepts that were perhaps too complex, too strange, or simply not good enough to survive the development process. And seeing them, knowing that they existed, made the final games feel different. We could see the seams, the places where something had been stitched over, the empty spaces where something had been removed. The question of whether this content counts as part of Pokémon's history is not an easy one to resolve. There are fans who argue that anything created by the developers, even if it was never released, is part of the franchise's legacy. They point to the fact that these assets were made with the same care and intention as the ones that shipped. They were designed by the same artists, written by the same writers, composed by the same musicians. They are Pokémon, even if they never made it into a Pokédex. There are others who argue the opposite. They say that what was released is the only thing that matters. The cut content is not canon. It is not part of the story. It is a collection of abandoned ideas. And to treat it as anything more is to misunderstand the nature of game development. The developers made choices, and those choices led to the games we actually played. The rest is just noise. Both arguments have merit, but the debate itself is fascinating because it reveals how much we care about this franchise. We want to know everything. We want to understand every decision, every design, every hidden corner of the development process. And the leaks gave us access to that process in a way that was unprecedented. We were no longer just players. We were archaeologists, digging through the ruins of a digital civilization, trying to piece together the story of how it was built. Some of the most striking discoveries were the unfinished maps. In the internal builds, there were areas that were clearly meant to be explored, but were never completed. Paths led to empty voids. Buildings had no interiors. Doors opened onto nothing. These maps were placeholders, rough outlines of what the final areas might have looked like, but they were also haunting in a way. They suggested a world that was almost there, a world that was just one more iteration away from being real. The placeholder text was equally fascinating. In some builds, dialogue boxes contained nothing but gibberish or simple notes to the developers. Reminders to write something better later. There were lines that described events that never happened, characters that never appeared, and quests that never existed. Reading that text was like reading someone's private notes. A glimpse into the minds of the people who were building the game. It was intimate, and it was strange. The unused music was another layer of the mystery. Some of those tracks were beautiful. They had a melancholy quality, as if they knew they would never be heard by anyone except the developers who created them. Others were jarring, experimental, clearly not fitting the tone of the final game, but all of them were real. They were part of the Pokémon soundscape, even if they were never meant to be part of the Pokémon experience. And then, there were the incomplete encounters. In some builds, there were battles that could be triggered, but the opponents were not finished. They had no sprites, or they had placeholder sprites, or they had no Pokémon at all. The battle would start, and then nothing would happen. The game would just sit there, waiting for an outcome that was never coded. These encounters were broken, but they were also fascinating. They were evidence of a design process that was still in motion, a process that was interrupted before it could reach its conclusion. All of this created a new kind of mystery. It wasn't about whether something was real or fake, canon or rumor. It was about meaning. What did it mean that this content was cut? What did it mean that the developers chose to leave this out? What did it mean for our understanding of the final games? The answer, of course, is that we will never know for sure. We can speculate, we can theorize, we can debate, but we can never truly understand the decisions that were made in the development room. The developers had their reasons, and those reasons are lost to time, unless they choose to share them. And even then, they might not fully explain the process. Creativity is messy. It is full of false starts, dead ends, and abandoned ideas. The final product is the result of countless choices, and the cut content is the evidence of the choices that were not made. But that doesn't mean the cut content is meaningless. On the contrary, it is deeply meaningful. It is a reminder that the games we love were not inevitable. They were the result of a long, difficult, and often chaotic process. They could have been different, they could have been worse, or they could have been better, or they could have been simply other. And the fact that they are what they are is something to be appreciated. The old mysteries, the ones that haunted our childhoods, they were about secrets. They were about the idea that there was something hidden in the game, something that we could find if we just looked hard enough. The new mysteries, the ones that came from the leaks, are about history. They are about the idea that the games have a past that is not always visible on the surface. And that past is just as fascinating, just as strange, and just as full of wonder as anything that was ever hidden in the code. So when we look at those unfinished maps, those placeholder texts, those unused tracks, we are not just looking at glitches or errors. We are looking at the bones of the franchise, the structure on which everything else was built. And that is a mystery worth exploring, even if we never find all the answers. There is a strange power in a blurry image. In the late 1990s, before the internet could deliver a clear, high-resolution screenshot to every corner of the globe, in an instant, fans relied on magazines. And those magazines, with their glossy pages and sometimes questionable printing quality, held the only visual proof that new Pokémon existed at all. When a new issue arrived, fans would pore over every pixel, every smudge of ink, trying to decipher the future of the franchise. And it was in one of those grainy, low-quality photographs that a tiny blue creature first appeared, a creature that would ignite a rumor so powerful it outlived the truth itself. The previous chapter touched on how leaks and internal builds changed the way Pokémon history, how unfinished maps and placeholder text became artifacts of a hidden past. But before those leaks, before data miners could peel back the code, there was only speculation. And speculation, when fueled by a single mysterious image, can create a mythology all on its own. The creature in question was small, round and undeniably blue. It had long ears, a stubby tail, and what appeared to be a bubble-like feature on its head. To the eyes of fans in the late 90s, it looked like a water-type Pikachu. And so, without any official name, without any confirmation of its existence beyond a single photograph, the fans named it. They called it Pikablu. Before Marowak's official identity was widely known, blurry magazine images inspired the nickname Pikablu. The name itself was a perfect fusion of the familiar and the unknown. Pika from Pikachu, the franchise mascot who had become a global icon, and blue, a simple misspelling of blue, a colour that immediately suggested water. It was a name that made sense, a name that fit the creature's appearance, and a name that the community embraced with remarkable speed. But the name was only the beginning. The real mystery, the one that would consume playgrounds and early internet forums for years, was the question of where Pikablu came from. Fans connected the blue mouse to Pikachu Mew and imagined hidden evolutionary lines. The logic was simple, even elegant. Pikachu was an electric mouse. Pikablu was a blue mouse. Therefore, Pikablu must be related to Pikachu. But how? Some theories suggested that Pikablu was a water-type evolution of Pikachu, a natural progression that would give the electric mouse a new form. Others, more ambitious, proposed that Pikablu was the evolved form of Raichu, a final stage that had been hidden from the original games. And then there was the connection to Mew. Mew, the mythical Pokémon, the genetic ancestor of all Pokémon, was also small and pink, not blue. But the idea persisted that Pikablu might be a clone of Mew, or perhaps a distant relative, a creature that shared Mew's DNA but had adapted to a different environment. The theories were endless, and each one felt plausible in the absence of any real information. What is remarkable, looking back, is how little evidence was required to sustain this rumour. There was no official artwork, no detailed sprite, no confirmation from Nintendo or Game Freak. There was only a single blurry photograph from a Japanese magazine. A photograph that showed a creature that might have been a new Pokémon, or might have been a misprint, or might have been something else entirely. But that was enough. The rumour shows how little information was needed to generate a complete mythology before internet images became reliable. In a world without instant access to official sources, a single image was enough to spark 1,000 theories, and those theories, once born, took on a life of their own. The Pikablu rumour spread through schoolyards and playgrounds with the speed of a wildfire. Kids who had never seen the original magazine image heard about Pikablu from a friend, who heard about it from another friend, who had seen it in a book. The details became distorted with each retelling. Some said Pikablu was a legendary Pokémon, hidden in a secret location in the games. Others claimed it could only be obtained by trading a specific Pokémon at a specific time. A few even insisted that Pikablu was a hoax, a creature that existed only in the minds of gullible fans. But the majority believed, and the belief was strong enough to create a demand for answers. When Pokémon Gold and Silver were finally released in Japan in late 1999, fans eagerly awaited the reveal of the new Pokémon. And when the official Pokédex was published, there it was. The blue mouse had a name, a real name, and it was Marill. It was not an evolution of Pikachu. It was not a clone of Mew. It was simply a new Pokémon, a water-type creature with a design that had been inspired by the concept of a water mouse. The mystery was solved, the rumour was debunked, and the truth was disappointingly mundane. But here is the strange part. Marill's eventual reveal did not erase Pikablu. It preserved the rumour as a snapshot of pre-release Pokémon culture. Even after the official name was known, even after Marill appeared in the anime, and in countless games, the name Pikablu did not disappear. It lingered in the memories of fans who had grown up with the rumour, a nostalgic reminder of a time when the franchise was still full of unknowns. For some, Pikablu was a badge of honour, proof that they had been there before the official information, proof that they had been part of a community that could create its own legends. The Pikablu phenomenon is a perfect example of how Pokémon mysteries are not always about hidden content or cut development material. Sometimes the mystery is created entirely by the fans themselves, a collective act of imagination that fills the gaps left by official silence. And in that sense, Pikablu is just as real as any beta sprite or unused evolution. It is a cultural artifact, a piece of the franchise's history that exists not in the code of the games, but in the minds of the people who played them. The pre-release period for Gold and Silver was a fertile ground for such rumours. With only a handful of official images released before launch, fans are left to speculate about everything from the new starters to the legendary Pokémon, and every new image, no matter how blurry, was dissected and analysed for hidden meaning. The Pikablu rumour was not an isolated incident. It was part of a larger pattern, a pattern in which fans would take a single piece of information and build an entire world around it. This pattern would repeat itself many times over the years, with each new generation of Pokémon bringing its own set of rumours and legends. But Pikablu remained special because it was one of the first, a pioneer in the art of pre-release speculation. The legacy of Pikablu can be seen in the way modern fans approach new Pokémon reveals. Even today, with high-definition trailers and official websites, fans still speculate about the origins of new creatures, still create their own theories about hidden evolutions and secret forms. The tools have changed, but the impulse is the same. And when a new Pokémon is revealed that looks vaguely familiar, fans still reach for the old names, the old connections, the old ways of making sense of the unknown. In the end, Pikablu was never a real Pokémon. It was a fiction, a shared hallucination, a collective dream that lasted just long enough to leave a permanent mark on the franchise. And when we look back at the history of Pokemon Mysteries, we have to include Pikablu. Not because it was real, but because it was believed. And in the world of rumors, belief is everything. This same dynamic, where a small piece of information spirals into a much larger legend, would continue to shape the franchise in the years to come. The same energy that turned a blurry blue mouse into Pikablu would eventually attach itself to other images, other details, other half-truths. And as the internet grew more connected, those rumors would spread faster and evolve in even stranger ways. The next chapter of that story would involve a location that already existed in the games, a place the players had walked past countless times without a second thought, and it would involve a claim so bold, so specific, that it would capture the imagination of an entire generation. The truck by the S. Anne was just a truck, a piece of background scenery with no purpose and no meaning, but to the fans who saw it, it was something else entirely. It was a door, a gateway to a secret that had to be unlocked, and the rumor that grew around it would become the most famous Pokémon myth of all time. The Pikablu panic showed how quickly a blurry image could reshape what fans believed about the franchise. But that was a rumor about something that never existed. There is a stranger corner of Pokémon history where episodes genuinely vanished, not through fan imagination, but through decisions made by broadcasters, censors, and nervous executives. These were real episodes, aired in some places and erased in others, leaving gaps that fans spent decades trying to fill with speculation. Broadcast bans, cultural controversies, seizures, and localization decisions have removed episodes from parts of the world. Sometimes the reason was obvious. Sometimes it was never explained, and sometimes the episode simply disappeared without a trace. In Japan, the anime ran continuously with very few interruptions. But international distributors often made their own choices about what was acceptable for local audiences. A scene that played fine in Tokyo might be cut in the United States, edited in Europe, or banned entirely in another region. The result was a patchwork of missing content, where fans in one country could watch an episode that fans elsewhere never even knew existed. The most famous example, of course, is the Porygon episode. In December of 1997, an episode of the Pokémon anime aired in Japan, featuring Pikachu using an electric attack to intercept a series of missiles. The animation used rapidly flashing red and blue lights, and the effect triggered photosensitive epilepsy in hundreds of children across the country. Reports of seizures and hospitalizations made international headlines. The episode was pulled from rotation, never aired again in Japan, and the Pokémon Porygon was essentially retired from the anime entirely. It was a genuine censorship event, one of the few times a broadcast ban had a clear documented cause. But that real event created something unexpected. It gave credibility to the idea that other episodes had been removed for hidden reasons. If one episode could be banned for something as concrete as flashing lights, then surely other episodes could be banned for darker content, secret messages, or uncomfortable truths that the creators wanted to hide. The Porygon incident became a template for every other missing episode rumor that followed. Some of those rumors were grounded in reality. There were episodes that never aired outside Japan because they referenced cultural elements that international distributors found confusing or inappropriate. One episode featured a character dressed in a stereotypical depiction that was considered offensive in Western markets, so it was skipped. Another episode was delayed for months because it coincided with a real-world disaster, and broadcasters worried about appearing insensitive. These were practical decisions made by people trying to avoid controversy, but they created gaps that fans noticed. And when fans noticed a gap, They started asking questions. Why was this episode missing? What was in it that the distributors didn't want us to see? The absence of information created a vacuum, and into that vacuum flowed every kind of speculation imaginable. Some missing episodes became difficult to verify, encouraging claims that darker scenes or secret messages had been erased. Without access to the original broadcast, fans could only guess what had been cut, and the guesses grew wilder over time. There was an episode that featured a group of Pokémon using a move that caused them to lose control. In some regions, the episode was edited to remove the most intense scenes. In others, it was skipped entirely. Fans who had seen the original Japanese version described moments that sounded unsettling, and those descriptions spread through early internet forums like a game of telephone. By the time the story reached its final form, the episode had supposedly contained hidden imagery, subliminal messages, and scenes that were too disturbing for children. None of that was true. The episode was just a standard adventure with a slightly intense climax. But the combination of a real edit and a lack of accessible evidence turned an ordinary production decision into a legend. The same pattern repeated with other episodes. A Christmas special that aired once and never again became the subject of rumors that it contained a hidden message about the nature of Pokémon. A movie tie-in episode that was pulled from rotation because of licensing issues became proof that the anime was hiding something about the true origins of the creatures. Every gap in the broadcast history became a potential conspiracy, and every conspiracy became a story that fans told each other with increasing confidence. But the truth is more mundane. The mystery is not one Lost Master episode, but how fragmented distribution turns ordinary production history into folklore. When an episode is missing from one region, it is almost always because of a simple logistical reason. A licensing agreement expired. A broadcaster decided the content was too mature for the expected audience. A cultural reference didn't translate. A real-world event made the episode feel inappropriate. These are not secrets. They are the everyday decisions that happen behind the scenes of any long-running television series. The problem is that those decisions were rarely documented. In the early days of the anime, before the internet made information widely available, there was no official record of why an episode was skipped or edited. Fans only knew that an episode was missing, and they had no way to find out why. So they guessed, and their guesses, repeated often enough, became the accepted story. There is a particular episode from the Chateau era that fans have spent years trying to track down. It was broadcast in Japan, but it never aired in the United States. The official explanation, when one was finally given, was that the episode contained scenes that were considered too violent for the target audience. But by the time that explanation surfaced, the episode had already become the subject of elaborate theories. Some claimed it contained a hidden message about the relationship between humans and Pokémon. Others claimed it featured a creature that was later removed from the canon. A few even claimed that the episode was so disturbing that it was deliberately destroyed. None of that was true. The episode was just an action-heavy adventure that didn't fit the tone of the American broadcast. But the legend persists because the episode is still difficult to find. The original Japanese version exists, but it was never officially released with subtitles. Fans who want to see it have to rely on fan translations, which are often incomplete or inaccurate. The episode exists, but it is not easily accessible, and that inaccessibility keeps the mystery alive. The same thing happened with a series of episodes that were pulled from rotation in multiple countries after a real-world event. The episodes were not controversial. They were not violent. They were simply unfortunate in their timing. But because the episodes disappeared from broadcast schedules without explanation, fans assumed there was something hidden in them. The episodes were eventually rebroadcast, but by then, the rumours had already taken root. What makes this fascinating is how the pattern repeats across the entire history of the anime. Every generation has its missing episodes, Every generation has its rumors about what those episodes contained, and every generation has fans who are convinced that the official explanations are covering up something darker. The reality is that the Pokémon anime is a production that has been running for decades, with hundreds of episodes produced by different teams, for different audiences, under different regulations. It would be strange if there were no missing episodes. It would be strange if every episode aired everywhere without any edits. The wonder is not that some episodes disappeared, but that so many survived intact. The Porygon episode is the anchor for all of this. It is the one case where a broadcast ban was real, documented, and justified. It created a precedent that made every other missing episode seem suspicious. It gave fans a reason to believe that the anime was hiding something, even when the truth was mundane, and that is the real mystery. Not the content of the missing episodes, but the way that a single real event transformed the perception of the entire series. The Porygon episode was a tragedy, a moment when a children's show caused real harm to real children. But it also became a myth, a story that fans told to explain every gap, every edit, every unexplained absence in the anime's long history. The episodes that disappeared are not lost masterpieces. They are not hidden truths. They are just episodes, ordinary pieces of a long-running series, removed for reasons that were usually practical and sometimes accidental. But because they disappeared, they became something more. They became proof, in the minds of fans, that the world of Pokémon was stranger and darker than it appeared on the surface. And that belief, once established, is very hard to shake. It persists even when the official explanations are clear. It persists even when the original episodes are available for anyone to watch. It persists because the idea of hidden content is more interesting than the reality of production logistics. It persists because the Porygon episode proved that the anime was capable of causing real harm, and if it could do that once, who knows what else it might have done. The mystery of the missing episodes is not about the episodes themselves. It is about the stories that fans tell about them. It is about the way that a real event, the Porygon incident, created a framework for understanding every other absence. It is about the way that fragmented distribution, combined with a lack of documentation, turned ordinary production history into folklore. And that folklore continues to grow, even now, with the internet making information more accessible than ever. There are episodes that remain difficult to find. There are edits that remain undocumented. There are decisions that were made decades ago and never explained. Each one of those gaps is a potential mystery, a potential secret, a potential reason to believe that the anime is hiding something. But the truth is simpler. The anime is a product made by people, under constraints with deadlines and with the constant need to avoid controversy. Episodes were cut because they were problematic. Episodes were edited because they were too intense. Episodes were skipped because they didn't fit the local market. None of that is mysterious. All of it is ordinary. The mystery is why fans continue to believe otherwise. The mystery is why a single real event, the Porygon incident, was enough to cast doubt on every other decision. The mystery is why the absence of an episode feels like the presence of a secret. That is the real story of the anime episodes that disappeared, not the episodes themselves, but the way they became symbols of something larger. Not the content that was removed, but the meaning that fans attached to its removal. Not the truth, but the folklore that grew around it. And that folklore is still being written. Every time an episode is edited for a new release, every time a scene is cut for a streaming version, every time a broadcaster decides that a moment is too sensitive for their audience, a new gap appears. And every gap is an invitation for speculation. Every gap is a potential mystery. Every gap is a story waiting to be told. The episodes that disappeared are gone, but the mystery they created is still here. It lives in the gaps between broadcasts. It lives in the memories of fans who saw something that no one else can verify. It lives in the stories that spread through forums and comment sections, growing more elaborate with every retelling, and it will continue to live as long as there are episodes that vanish and fans who wonder why. The stories we tell about missing episodes often hinge on what was erased, but sometimes the deepest mysteries in Pokémon aren't about what was cut from the broadcast. They're about what was written into the very foundation of the world, and then left deliberately unclear. When we talk about the origin of all Pokémon, we run into a contradiction that has never been resolved, and it sits at the heart of the franchise's creation myth. In the Sinjoh region, the mythology is presented with a kind of absolute authority. The ancient texts and the murals in Celestic Town describe a being called Arceus, said to have emerged from a void before the universe existed. According to that tradition, Arceus shaped the world with 1,000 arms, then created the Pokémon that govern time, space, and antimatter. Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina are presented as the direct architects of reality itself, and everything else follows from their existence. In this telling, Arceus is the primordial creator, the first being, the source from which all things flow. There is no room for anything before it, no predecessor, no rival, no hidden origin. But then there's Mew. The Pokédex entry for Mew in Pokémon Red and Blue states that it is said to contain the genetic code of all Pokémon, and that it is the ancestor of all Pokémon. In later games, the entries become more specific. Mew is described as a Pokémon whose DNA contains the genetic codes of every Pokémon, and it is said to be the ancestor of all Pokémon. This is not a regional legend or a myth from a single corner of the world. It's presented as a biological fact, a scientific observation recorded by researchers, and that creates a fundamental problem. If Mew is the ancestor of all Pokémon, then what does that make Arceus? Is Arceus a Pokémon? If so, does Mew's ancestry include Arceus itself? Or does Arceus exist outside the biological lineage, as a cosmic force rather than a creature? Fans have wrestled with this contradiction for years, and the arguments tend to fall into a few distinct camps. Some believe that Mew predates Arceus, that the ancestor Pokémon existed before the creator, and that the Sinjoh mythology is simply a later interpretation of events, a story told by humans who didn't understand the true origin. Others argue that Mew exists outside the creation myth entirely, that it is not a creature born from Arceus' will, but something separate, a biological template that Arceus used when shaping the world. And then there are those who see no contradiction at all, because they believe Mew represents biological ancestry, while Arceus represents cosmic origin. In that reading, Arceus created the universe, the dimensions, and the fundamental forces, and then Mew became the common ancestor of all life that would inhabit that universe. The two roles don't overlap, so they don't conflict. The games themselves don't help settle the debate. Regional legends vary, and the Pokédex entries are written from the perspective of researchers in different regions who may have access to different information. The films offer their own interpretations, often treating Arceus as a supreme being, while Mew appears as a playful, mysterious creature with powers that seem to transcend normal biology. But none of these sources establish a single, universal timeline. There is no canonical text that explains how Arceus and Mew relate to each other. No official statement that resolves the question of which came first, or whether they exist in the same framework at all. What makes this so fascinating is that the contradiction may be entirely intentional. Pokémon mythology behaves less like a single sacred textbook and more like competing traditions, each region with its own creation story, its own legendary figures, its own explanation for how the world came to be. The Sinjoh region has its creation myth centered on Arceus. The Chateau region has its own legends about Ho-Oh and Lugia, about the Burning Tower, and the three beasts that rose from the ashes. The Hoenn region tells of Groudon and Kyogre, who shaped the land and the sea in a primal conflict. The Unova region has its own tales of a hero and two dragons, representing truth and ideals. Each of these traditions exists side by side, and none of them fully accounts for the others. They overlap, they contradict, they leave gaps. And that's not a flaw in the storytelling. It's a reflection of how real mythology works. Human cultures don't have a single unified creation story. Different peoples, different regions, different eras, all develop their own explanations for the same mysteries, and those explanations often conflict. The Pokémon world seems to operate on the same principle. The legends are not meant to form a single, coherent timeline. They're meant to represent the beliefs of different cultures within the Pokémon world, each with its own perspective on the origins of life and reality. Arceus is the creator in Sinjoh. Mew is the ancestor in Chateau. Both claims can be true within their own traditions, even if they can't be reconciled into a single narrative. So what do we actually know? We know that Arceus is presented as the primordial creator in Sinnoh mythology, and that Mew is described as the ancestor of all Pokémon in the Pokédex. We know that these two claims exist in the same franchise, and that no official source has ever attempted to reconcile them. We know that fans have built elaborate theories to bridge the gap, and that none of those theories have ever been confirmed. And we know that the contradiction has persisted across generations, from the original games to the present day, without ever being addressed directly. Maybe the answer is that there is no answer. Maybe the Pokémon world was never meant to have a single coherent origin story, and the contradiction between Arceus and Mew is simply part of the texture of the world, a reminder that mythology is not history, and that legends are not meant to be reconciled. Or maybe the answer is hidden somewhere in the games, waiting for a player to find it. A piece of lore that will finally explain how the creator and the ancestor relate to each other. But until that answer appears, the question remains open. Arceus created the world, and Mew is the ancestor of all Pokémon, and somehow both of those statements are true, even though they can't both be true in the same way. That's the kind of mystery that doesn't get solved. It just gets passed down from one generation of fans to the next as a question that might not have an answer. And so we arrive at a question that has hovered over every rumour, every glitch, every half-remembered playground story we have discussed across these 30 chapters. When we ask what is real in Pokémon, we are really asking what counts as canon. And the answer, as you might expect, is far messier than any Pokédex entry could ever suggest. Urban legends, glitches, anime leftovers, beta assets, and vague lore all became part of Pokémon's cultural memory. They sit side by side with official facts, sometimes indistinguishable from them. A child in the late 90s who heard that Mew was under the truck did not know that the rumour was false. To them, it was simply part of the game, as real as the Pokémon League itself. The truck existed. The game existed. The possibility felt tangible. That is the strange power of these myths. They do not need to be true to become memorable. They only need to be plausible enough to survive the journey from one playground to another, from one forum post to the next. And Pokémon, with its vast world of hidden corners and unexplained details, was the perfect soil for such stories to take root. Consider the truck by the S. Anne. It was a single piece of map decoration, a vehicle sprite that served no purpose, but its very existence suggested intention. Why would Game Freak place a truck there, if not to hide something beneath it? The question haunted players for years. People tried every possible combination of moves and items to move that truck, to reveal what lay beneath. The answer, when it finally came, was anticlimactic. The truck was just a truck. But the rumour had already become something larger than the game itself. Some mysteries were false but influential, while others were real yet mistaken for myths because they were so rare or inaccessible. Mirage Island is the perfect example of the latter. It exists in Pokémon Ruby and Sapphire, a tiny patch of land that appears off the coast of Hoenn under conditions so obscure that most players never saw it in their entire playthroughs. The island is tied to a specific Pokémon's internal values, a hidden number that determines whether the island appears on any given day. For years, players dismissed it as another rumour, another Mew under the truck, but it was real. It was just so unlikely to encounter that it felt like a lie. The same could be said for the Ghost Girl in Lumiose City. In Pokémon X and Y, players could trigger a brief encounter with a spectral figure in one of the city's buildings. She appears, says a few cryptic words and vanishes. There is no explanation, no quest attached, no resolution. She simply exists, a fragment of atmosphere that Game Freak chose to leave unexplained. Fans have spent years trying to piece together her story. But the game offers nothing more than the encounter itself. She is real, but she functions exactly like a rumor. And then there are the stories that were never true at all. Lavender Town Syndrome, the claim that the music from Pokémon Red and Green caused headaches and even suicides in children, is one of the most famous examples. It spread across the internet in the early 2000s, gaining traction precisely because Lavender Town already felt eerie. The music was shrill and dissonant compared to the cheerful tunes elsewhere in the game. The town was a cemetery for Pokémon. The atmosphere invited dark speculation, but the syndrome itself was invented. A creepypasta that grew so large it became part of Pokémon's cultural history, regardless of its falsehood. Buried Alive and The White Hand belong to the same category. These were stories of hidden trainers, of ghostly figures lurking in the code, of encounters that would scar anyone unlucky enough to trigger them. They circulated through forums and early video platforms, gaining believers with every retelling. No evidence of them was ever found in official releases. They were fiction, but they were influential fiction. They shaped how players approached the games, making them search shadows that were never there. This is where cut content enters the picture, because sometimes a rumor is not entirely baseless. It is a distorted echo of something that almost existed. The unused sprites, the prototype Pokémon, the unfinished maps that we discussed in earlier chapters. These are real artifacts. They exist in development builds and leaked internal documents. And when players encounter them out of context, they can look like hidden lore, like secrets the developers tried to bury. But cut content can explain a rumor without making the discarded idea canon. The fact that Game Freak once designed a Pokémon that never made it into the final game does not mean that Pokémon exists in the world of the games. It means that someone had an idea, and the idea was abandoned. That is a very different thing, yet the distinction is easy to blur, especially when the cut content is compelling. Fans have spent years speculating about beta versions of familiar creatures, about alternate evolutions that were scrapped, about storylines that never reached the cartridge. These fragments are fascinating, but they are not canon. They are history. The GS Ball is a different kind of mystery. It was real within the anime, a central object in a storyline involving Celebi. It was introduced with significant build-up, suggesting that it would eventually be opened and its secrets revealed, but the storyline was abandoned. The GS Ball faded from the anime without resolution, leaving viewers with an unanswered question that persists to this day. This was not a rumor, it was not a glitch. It was a narrative thread that the creators simply dropped, and because they never explained it, it became a mystery. This is the heart of what we have been exploring. Pokémon is a franchise built on ambiguity. The games and the anime are filled with details that are never fully explained. The origins of legendary Pokémon are described in fragments through mythology and ancient texts that may or may not be reliable. The relationship between Mew and Arceus, which we discussed in the previous chapter, remains a matter of interpretations, because the games themselves never provide a definitive answer. The lore is intentionally vague, inviting players to fill in the gaps, and fill them we did. The creepypasta era of the mid-2000s turned Pokémon Mysteries into horror stories. The games became vessels for dark narratives that had nothing to do with what was actually on the cartridge. These stories were widely shared, widely believed, and widely debunked, but their cultural impact remains. They changed how players thought about the games, adding a layer of unease to locations that were never designed to be frightening. The final unresolved question is whether Pokémon's greatest mystery is hidden inside the games or inside the stories players created around them? And perhaps that is the wrong question entirely. Perhaps the mystery is not about what is true, but about what we remember. The truck by the S. Anne is just a truck. But the memory of searching for Mew beneath it, of hoping against hope that the rumor was real, that memory is genuine. It is part of the experience of playing Pokémon, even if the game itself never contained what we sought. Lavender Town's music is just a sequence of notes, but the fear it inspired, the stories that grew around it, those are real. They are part of how we remember the place. The ghost girl in Lumiose City has no backstory, no explanation, but she has become a fixture of Pokémon mystery culture. A reminder that the games sometimes leave things unfinished on purpose. And so we end where we began, with the question of what to count as canon. The answer is that canon is not a fixed thing. It is a negotiation between the creators and the players, between what is shown and what is imagined. The games provide the framework, but the stories we tell about them are our own. Some of those stories are true, some are false, and some are so deeply woven into the fabric of Pokémon culture that the distinction no longer matters. The truck is still there, parked by the Anne, waiting for players who will never find anything beneath it. And yet, in a way, they already have. They found a mystery that was never real, but became real in the telling. And that perhaps is the greatest mystery of all.